what happens when you're at the top? Everybody wants to take you down, right? If you want to be at the top, you got to play like you're at the top, okay? We can't be inconsistent. We have to work, okay? Because everybody is going to bring their game, their top game to you, right? And if you can't elevate above that, that's where we're going to fall.
Welcome to the game of the week on the SHL Network as we get set for puck drop between the Stevenson Patriots and the Wake Forest Scouts.
Hey, get your numbers up. I had to get my numbers up. Now I got it like they gave it to me. But I took it, they ain't give it to me. She really do it to me.
Got a break in the middle.
God knew it for me. Yeah, it really fit. It's a shoe-in for me.
And the game is over. The Lake Forest Scouts will improve to 10-7 in the SHL.
Welcome into Alumni Memorial Fieldhouse. It's Senior Day here on the campus of Lake Forest College as we honor the Lake Forest Scout seniors here today. The in-between games, I imagine. And first, we have Varsity Blue taking on the Deerfield Warriors. Hello, everybody. My name's Aaron Schellen. My broadcast partner today, as always, is Mike Napolitano. And Mike, it's been a while since we've been here. It's been, what, about three and a half weeks since we've been
last
here.
year. The old dad jokes.
Dad jokes. I love a good dad joke. Yes, it was last year that we were here last. And we get ready for puck drop here for the first of two games. We've got Varsity Blue followed by Varsity Gold. And Lake Forest wearing their, I don't know if they're considered alternates. They're just different jerseys, the black and yellow.
Are these the anniversary jerseys?
No,
these are not.
No,
those are the tan ones.
Those cream colored
yeah.
with the blue. Yep. And Deerfield wearing. We were talking about them before the game. They look a little bit like Ohio State, a lot like Ohio State with the gray and red, a little bit like the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, you were telling me ahead of this game that this was scheduled to be against a different opponent.
Yeah, there was, I believe it was Lincoln Way East. I don't want to say definitely because I don't know for sure, but I know they had a different game scheduled, and they were able to get the Warriors to come in here today for Senior Day.
That's nice because they're going to share Senior Days. It's going to be a little bit of a home Senior Day for the Scouts and then a home Senior Day for the Warriors, and they'll be facing off against each other.
Starting goalie for the Scouts today will be Andy Jones. Jones making his 10th start of the year. Some good numbers for Andy. Is 2.09 goals against, save percentage right at 93%. Anything north of 90 is good. So you get to 93 and you're getting up there into the upper echelon of numbers. And on the other end for Deerfield, it'll be Evan Lau making his 7th start of the year, 3.1 goals against, 875 save percentage for Lau.
Smaller sample size for Lau, so we'll have to see. It looks like he's more listed as the backup. Nathan Curry has started more games, so with this an additional game in the Warriors schedule, if that is going to be a nice little extra ice time for Lau.
And we are underway. Warriors win the draw. They'll clear it all the way in. That's Zach Rubin. And was blockered away by Jones and flipped out by Will Redding. Looks like it'll be an icing here on the Scouts out of the chutes. I didn't have my goalie highlighted on my roster. Got to make sure I take care of that.
Yes, indeed. Especially for senior night. We're going to be honoring some of those seniors throughout the game here. There'll probably be a ceremony in between periods.
I've got photos.
I've got photos.
Yes. We'll pull up the photos during Senior Day, but I think in between, if there's an ice scrape, I'll pull up some of those photos there, or if we have a stoppage in play and we can highlight one of the seniors that's out there on the ice right now, I will definitely do that. I had photos sent to me by some of the people in charge of the Lake Forest hockey program. Less than a minute gone by. There's a hit along the back wall as Barnes gets bumped. Now TC Wenninger ices the puck. A couple icings here in the early going for the Scouts. No score, less than a minute gone by.
Well, this is your and I's second senior day of the weekend. We were at Glenbrook North yesterday, and that got moved up due to the Bears game. It was a big day for Chicago.
Yes,
Bears win, Hawks
did.
win. Drew Comesso gets his first shutout and win in the NHL.
Don't forget about Alex Bregman to the Cubs.
Bregman to the Cubs. I'm a White Sox fan, but
felt
it's good for
like
the Northsiders.
Felt like a knife in my back as a Red Sox fan seeing Bregman go to the Cubs. That was a challenging news flash that I got there.
And the Bulls won, and they won early so that they could go watch the Bears game.
Windy City Bulls won as well. It was a big day for Chicago sports all around the map.
I'll check in with our correspondent and coworker Hannah Arbeman to see if the Wolves
won. That's right. Yeah. Puck is pinballed around the attacking zone. Now out with it here. This is Zach Winnekauer. Winnekauer tries to throw the puck
stick
through.
in the
That's
lane.
stick down by number 1. I'm not sure who number 1 is today.
Yeah,
so
I was looking, no name on the back and not on our rosters, so it might be a call-up situation.
it probably is. We'll effort that and get an answer, though, here as quickly as we can.
Mason Louis giving some good forechecking pressure in the offensive zone. That turns the puck over to his own defense, but look out. Here comes the Warriors the other way with a nice pick play. And that one comes up and hits the netting. Shot from that bad angle right there, and having that closed off was Jones, and makes a nice little deflection that will go up into the netting, and we'll get a face-off.
Draw to the left here of Andy Jones.
Not cheating on the near side, but no sports going on today other than this, so nothing to disrupt.
Hey. Patriots start at 7 o'clock
that's
tonight.
Right. After you just made the Red Sox comment, yes, of course, I should have remembered that Drake May is going on.
I'm going to have to figure out how to listen to that game on the drive home. I assume it'll be on radio someplace. I'll just have to use my radio for the first time in years. I don't even know if it works. I don't remember the last time I used the radio in my car.
And I'm sure Bears fans are watching football today to determine who the Bears are going to be playing next week, whether it's the Eagles or the Rams.
The Rams just barely escaped. They beat a sub-500 Panthers team. Puck bounces around in the paint. The net comes off its peg. And we're going to whistle on a face-off here. A couple minutes gone by. First period, still no score.
But for the traditional Chicagoans, there shouldn't be too much disrupting. So you can have this broadcast on your big TV if you're not here at the wonderful Lake Forest College.
You know, I've now been living in Chicago longer than I lived in Boston.
So you got to convert is what you're saying.
It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. My dad would roll around in his grave if I did that.
It's all right. You could say Go Hawks just once or twice.
I will never say Go Hawks. Unless I'm in the broadcast booth, I will never say Go Hawks. Puck is fought for right at the blue line and comes back in, and no offsides. Played nicely there by Sam Cohen. He loses the puck. Boston tries to find Redding. Boston gets knocked down, and now the other way come the Warriors. Staying on side is Cohen. Andy Jones gloves that down. We don't know much about this Deerfield team, but they look like so far so good, I guess you could say, from them. A pretty solid offensive attack thus far.
Yeah, they've been putting on the pressure enough where Lake Forest has had to ice a couple of pucks, and they're just barely getting out into the neutral zone. That last one was almost offsides by the Warriors, but they regroup nicely in the neutral zone, and they make sure that they play a good, clean game coming across that blue line.
Keegan O'Neill avoids the hit from Redding. Redding back onto his forehand. Pushed around into the corner, out with an O'Neill. That shot is launched sky high, bounces down in the corner, and Nick Neuwirth. They'll flip it the length of the ice, and we'll have another icing.
A good stick in the lane by Goldman right there to keep that shot from getting to his goaltender. Prime opportunity for this Warriors squad in the slot. And not only did I mention those clean break-ins, but they play a very structured game when they enter the zone. We've seen a lot of perimeter play, but enough to work it into the center, which is sometimes that hardest next step to try to get a high danger opportunity.
And the Scouts need to stay out of the penalty box. We've seen a couple of games from this Varsity Blue team, and they've had their issues with penalties. especially when they appear to be, at least here in the early going, on their heels a little bit. You want to be smart defensively and work the puck around the edges, up the boards, never in the middle. Don't hook, don't hold, and don't put yourself shorthanded as it's swept into the corner. That'll be Wenninger. He'll push it back around behind the net. Barnes goes after it. The first one on it will be Winnekauer for Deerfield. Warriors have it down low. Centering feed healed right there. Now in the corner again. Trying to skate out with it. Over skating it is Eli Jacobs, and that'll come out to center ice. 10:42 left. Puck eludes its intended target, and we'll have an icing on the Warriors in an offensive zone faceoff for the Scouts.
It was a good opportunity for the Scouts to try to win a faceoff and get some good offensive zone time. They haven't had much as of yet. In fact, I don't believe they have a shot on goal. There's only one scoreboard in this arena that has the shot on goals, and I don't know if anybody's keeping track of that in the booth because we have goose eggs on both sides.
Also got an answer about that number 1 conundrum. It's Tommy Lockhart.
Ah, okay. He's out there right now.
He is.
Puck is finding him, but he gets sandwiched there.
It's offsides, and that allows Lake Forest to break out. It's Murphy Wood has his pocket picked at the blue line. Cleared in, though, by Liam Carruthers, the team's leading goal scorer. Or, excuse me, it's Aiden Carruthers leading the team in goals this year. Liam playing his 4th varsity blue game. There's Lockhart spinning to his forehand. He'll bang it off the boards and out. And icing's waved off as Zach Rubin goes back to play it. And we'll have an icing again the other way. Kind of a choppy start. A lot of icings here in the first 5 minutes. And, you know, obviously not a conference game, so in the grand scheme of things, it's an opportunity to give some other players some playing time and to try some things out. And that could be part of this, right? You know, maybe playing some guys together that don't normally play together, and you got to work out that rhythm over the course of a game.
I was just saying to you before the game that I'm sure Deerfield enjoys the extra game in the schedule, a little bit of extra ice time, especially for like a backup goaltender or some guys that maybe don't typically see too many looks. This is one that you mentioned is not a conference game, so you could try some things and experiment with your lines too.
Finn Moore off the boards. Corrigan steals it away, drags, now on his backhand, flips it over far dot, and Jones makes the save.
Talk about mixing up lines, but Tyler Corrigan leads this Warriors team in pretty much every offensive stat category. He's got the team lead in goals with 10 and assists with 9, so of course leading the team in points as well with 19. He also leads the team in power play goals. 3 of those 10 goals are on the man advantage, but also he's got a couple of shorthanded goals as well too. So that's
I noticed that as well when I was going through all the stats, and I just highlight like the team leaders in each thing, and all I had to do was draw one yellow stripe across the top. It's all Tyler Corrigan. That's right padded save there by Jones. Puck right in front of the Lake Forest bench, and back to play it'll be Nick Neuwirth.
And as we're talking about Corrigan, he was a moving screen on that last play. Look out, here's a centering pass.
Yeah, out in front into the feet of, that was McKinley Houston, and then Corrigan with the rebound shot from inside the circles. Jones able to make the save. So Andy Jones under a bit of pressure here for the first 6.5 minutes.
You don't tend to get those type of stats unless you are in the right places at the right times. You got that high hockey IQ, so even when he's not scoring goals, that moving screen, that didn't really allow Jones to see much of that shot. Luckily, the pad was right in the right spot to receive it, but impressive that shot still got through.
Yes, goals against of just over 2, save percentage of 93. That'll play, as they say. That one's fired in on Lau, and his first touch comes with 8:15 left in period number 1. Still no score. Draw to the left of Lau. It'll be Will Redding, I believe, on the face-off. It is. It's won, however, by Deerfield. Wenninger not able to keep it in. Barnes will turn and dump it deep as Murphy Wood will go back on the forecheck. Aaron Rubin up the near wall and out. Barnes will race for the puck with Will Battaglia bearing down on him. Battaglia will get there, throw it around. Winnekauer tries to take the give and go, and now Liam Carruthers. Saw Carruthers play JV earlier this season, getting that call up here in this one against Deerfield. Now Lockhart's goes D to D, Justin Manili. Pinballs around, ends up on the stick of Zach Rubin of the Warriors. Long pass, finds Winnekauer. That's through the legs of Rubin and out to center ice. Aaron Rubin, Zach Rubin on that blue line for the Deerfield Warriors. Now Eli Jacobs, toe drags, he pulls the trigger, it breaks through the left pad of Andy Jones, and Deerfield takes a 1-0 lead.
That one just snuck through, and shooting while he was even being stick checked there. You had tracking back was the Scouts, number 54, Stevens, and had a couple of stick lifts and almost a hook, kept it clean, but shooter was still able to get the shot off, and that one just barely snuck through Jones.
Yeah, and a save that, you know, if you ask Andy, probably wants that one back. Hit his pad and wasn't able to keep his leg down on the ice and just trickled underneath and gives the Warriors a 1-0 lead. Now it's Finn Moore. Rother tries to dangle at the blue line and can't. Neuwirth. Moore right in front of us, takes a stick high. Neeson Louis will fire it in. In the corner, Lawson Herbert as that puck is cleared to the blue line, but kept in. Rother with the shots, and Lau makes the save.
It's a decent sequence from the Scouts there in the offensive zone to just kind of poke the puck and move it into just open areas to try to keep that play alive in the offensive zone. And you saw a little bit of puck watching, though, at the blue line as the Scouts, I don't think, thought they were going to keep that puck in and had to get set back up in the offensive zone. So always got to be moving, and when you're not on the puck, that's that hockey IQ that's got to kick in for your on-ice awareness of where you're going to be.
Puck gets around Moore. Now Corrigan's shot goes wide, all the way back to center ice where it's played by Keegan O'Neill. O'Neill forward to Pacross. Now back along the near side. Liam Carruthers gets hit hard. Redding tries to break through. Redding had space, gives it to Wood. Wood shoots it wide. Redding had broken through the defense, and once he broke through the defense, Mike, he passed it.
I thought he had an opportunity to shoot that there. I know he felt the two back checkers on him, but I think he was a whole skate and a half length in front of them. So interesting to use his teammate there. I don't mind the unselfish play, and Wood still did get a shot off, but it went wide.
He was through the defense, and you're right, I think he felt those two defenders on his back, but he had enough speed to get through them both.
I talk about a lot of players tend to slow down with the puck because you have to think a little bit more. Sometimes, you know, you'd like to practice to the point where it just becomes second nature. There are certain guys that actually speed up when they get the puck, so maybe that was just a feeling of there's two attackers coming at me and I better do something with it.
Yep. Puck deflects back towards Jones, ends up on the stick of McKinley Houston. Now Aaron Rubin has it low, sweeps it through the paint. Zach Rubin from the point, the deflection is sticked away smartly by Jones. Wenninger spins away from the hits and throws it off the glass, kept in by Rubin. That shot again sticked away. Cohen behind the nets. Run into John Barnes. Back to the point, Zach Rubin, now Aaron Rubin between the circles. That doesn't make it through, deflects into the corner. Chopped at by Goldman, and that'll end up in the screen for a whistle and a faceoff. 4:22 left in period one. 1-0 Warriors with the lead.
Some really good puck movement from the Warriors to get that back to their defense. A little bit of a sauce pass to Rubin, one of the Rubins at the point, and then of course the shots coming in, the ones that are actually finding their way, have been getting Jones to slide from left to right, and he does a nice job of sliding one way with the pads and sticking his stick out the other way to compensate for that slide. So he's kept a lot out with that paddle. Might be a little nerve-wracking if that puck takes some flight, though. So that's going to be up to the defense to not let those get through.
Lockhart behind the nets. Gonna drop it for Rother. Rother chops it forward. Neeson Louis. Louis to Herbert. Herbert loses it. It's back to the point, though. Justin Neely throws it wide of the post. Lockhart deep. Slung around Herbert. Herbert now Rother. Rother spins away from the hit, tries to center it to Louis. Louis now on his stick. Neeson Louis in the corner. Back to Lockhart, the pass behind him, and now a race for the puck. Meneely is able to get there, but he gives it away. There's a shot by Winnacor, and the save made by Jones.
Beautiful turnaround shot by Winnacor. That's picking up the puck and getting yourself some open space all in one stride.
Braden Rother gains the red line, dumps. His line will go for a change. 3:12 left in the period. Finn Moore back to the blue line. Battaglia goes back to Aaron Rubin. Feels like he's been out there the entire period. Winnacor through some traffic. Jacobs bad angle. Save made, Andy Jones.
It was almost like a pass shot from Deerfield through a couple of defensemen to a guy that was sneaking in down low in the slot, but had a tough angle shot, and Jones closes the door once again.
2:53 left in the first. Still 1-0. Scouts win the draw. Skating forward is Will Redding, finds Liam Carruthers. Carruthers outside the near circle. Stolen away from him, and Christopher Sabau now out with it. Sabau across the blue line. Throws it deep, the shot through. Ooh, on the back doorstep, Ryan Curry just not able to tip it home, but that was an open net. Now Wood throwing his weight around to try to keep the puck in the zone. Now some good stick work by Wood, and that'll be cleared the length of the ice. No icing. Jones will stop there. And backhanded around Neuwirth. Murphy Wood, as his puck gets stuck in the snow, and now it's swept out by Redding as the Scouts will change up with 2 minutes. Keegan O'Neill, the long pass, broken up by Rother. 6 players literally right in front of us. This is as in your living room as you're gonna get. Hockey in 4D, we call it. Rother skating in a phone book, loses an edge. Sabau through some traffic. Sabau to his left. Blocker saved by Jones. Now Herbert throwing his body around. Kicks the puck forward, and Herbert's out 3-on-2. And offsides. Herbert went in just ahead of Rother. That pass from Herbert to Rother, Mike, was a little bit elevated and took a little bit longer to get over to Graydon Rother, and by the time Graydon was able to control it, Lawson was in offsides.
Herbert having a good shift right there, maybe got a little excited in addition to that, so there he is now in the offensive zone on sides.
Bumping into Michael Corrigan. Rother goes down, gets back up, still has possession of the puck, then loses it. And Wenninger will have to race for the puck, and he will beat Noah Pocross to it.
2 Scouts going in for a hit. That was Rother and Herbert sandwiching a Warriors defenseman along the boards. The problem was is it left the defense wide open, so good on the Scouts to be able to track back. And that was Wenninger, as you said.
Under a minute. Pass is stolen there by TC, but now back is Pocross. He'll take the shot, blockered down by Jones. Wenninger behind the net, finds Boston in the near corner. Reed tries to flip it to Stevens along the far half wall. Too hard on that pass. Now the Scouts will play it behind their own net. Looks like the Scouts have settled into this one a little bit. First half of the period was really slanted to our right, but played better here over the last 5 or 6 minutes of the period. Corrigan's shot off the back of the net.
Out.
Yeah, that hit one of the metal posts and bounced back instead of bouncing behind the net. Fortunate there for the Scouts, as Andy Jones will cover up with 2.5 seconds left.
Jones reacting to the way that shot came in.
Right, the way it should have gone.
And yes, the way it should have gone, going to the other side. So you can't even call it cheating to go to the other side. And next thing you know, that puck pops right back out to where the shooter was. And good on the Scouts defense to make sure that they didn't have a clear route.
And that will do it for period number 1. Warriors with the only goal. We'll go to the second, with the Warriors leading the Scouts 1-0 here on the Lake Forest Hockey Channel. Second period underway here in Lake Forest. Scouts down 1-0. Neeson Louis on the attack. The puck is loose. The shot. Louis scores! Well, we were waiting for that one. It seems like every time we call a Scouts game, Neeson Louis does something positive for his team, and there he ties it at 1.
They always talk about, even from the fundamental level, following your shot. And when that rebound pops out, you're going to get a secondary opportunity, you or a teammate. And it just so happened to be Louis, the initial shooter, who has been pretty much everywhere offensively for not only this varsity team, but even when he was on JV. So,
yeah, for Louis, that's his 8th goal in 9 varsity games. I don't remember the exact total on JV because I didn't pull up those numbers. But when we did the Pucks and Palms event, it was over 30 goals in under 20 games.
Yes, yeah.
And he's just a freshman, which is the impressive thing. Here's Rother now through center ice. Rother to his right takes the shot, allows the rebound, and it looks like, I said this towards the end of the period, that the Scouts had a bit of a jump in their step, over the last 5 or 6 minutes of the period. And that first shot by Louis, pretty harmless, right? Just a wrist shot from outside the far circle, and as you said, he followed the shot as Lau wasn't able to control the rebound, and he didn't miss on the rebound. Will Redding on the draw to the right of Lau. Another win for the face-off for the Scouts, but out with it is Aaron Rubin. Rubin with a lot of speed, stick save made by Jones. Now centers it, finds Jacobs, but Jacobs isn't able to pull the trigger, and now a potential 3-on-2. Here's Wood. Wood to his right. His shot gets partially blocked, and Lau will cover it up off the rebound on the backboards.
You talked about that rebound control. A lot of it is just Lake Forest getting more shots off. You test the goalie a little bit more than you did in the first, or as you did more so in the latter half of that first period, and you're going to get your looks, you're going to get your chances, and Lau had to cover that one to stop the play there just because of the chaos ensuing from the Scouts' forecheck.
Neuwirth at the near point. He'll throw it through some traffic. The deflection just wide. Pretty tip by Liam Carruthers, just wide. You can see that develop from where we were and didn't miss by much.
Carruthers snuck down low, similarly to how we saw Tyler Corrigan sneak down low in that first period, but got a better tip on that. And as you said, yeah, it just went wide, but had the goaltender sliding from his left to his right, and that puck went back towards his left. So if there was more goal there, that would have found the empty net.
And Liam is looking for his first varsity goal. We got 6 skaters in the corner. It's dug out by the Scouts. And out to center ice. Warriors the other way, 1-1. Hey, the shots and goal are up on the scoreboard.
Oh,
they
there
weren't
we
up
go.
earlier. It says 18-7 in favor of the Warriors. 5-hole goal right out in front. Will Battaglia makes it 2-1 Warriors.
Nothing that Jones could have done on that. That was just a good play from the Warriors, low to high, to send that puck from behind the net, Gretzky's office, right in front. You had a man on the doorstep, and that was Battaglia to put that one in. And point blank, I don't think any goaltender's saving that unless they're already in that position, luckily.
So the Scouts get one to tie it. Warriors take the lead right back. We're 2 minutes, 19 seconds into the middle period. It'll be Rother on the draw for the Scouts. He wins it, tries to walk forward with it, bats it up in the air, and then it's batted down by Graham Nervik. Nervik will sweep it in. Wenninger. Nice drop on the backhand, finds Rother. Center ice. Michael Corrigan now to Sabau. Sabau getting bothered by Herbert. Keegan O'Neill forward, flips it into the corner. Wenninger will go after it with Ryan Curry. It's dug out by Sabau. Now Nervik back to the point. O'Neill shot through some traffic wide of the far post. Sabau in the corner and gets bumped by Wenninger. Now Herbert finds Louis. Neeson tries to skate through the defense, then pull it back. It's knocked away. Herbert in the corner. Tries to find Louis, but not enough on the pass, and Michael Corrigan will skate out with it for the Warriors. Outlet feed Sabau. That gets through Lockhart. Tommy Lockhart will go into the corner with Sabau. Rother has his stick lifted. Lockhart to Louis, and Neeson will stick handle, pushes it forward, but too many red jerseys and time for a shift change anyway. So he'll go to the bench. Now Zach Rubin throws it to the near wall. Aaron Rubin, nice pass out to Corrigan. Corrigan, his shot deflected by Lockhart. Rubin at the point, walks in. That'll deflect off Redding and go into the corner. Pakras behind the nets. Back to the point. Zach Rubin, that doesn't make it through. Pakras, it's bumped by Lockhart, back to the near point. Aaron Rubin gets around Herbert, somehow gets a shot off from a bad angle and hits the side of the net, and Jones covers up.
Yeah, that had some air on it, so I think that hit the outside of the post, and it wasn't like Jones had left too much room there, but enough to still draw iron. I don't think that was just the side of the cage on the bottom, but he'll make the save and cover up for a whistle. See this Warriors team do a nice job of setting up in the offensive zone, moving in unison through the neutral zone. Their break-ins across the blue line, as I was mentioning in that first period, are clean enough for them to still keep possession. They don't have to dump too many pucks in, and that allows them to get set up almost immediately. And then you see them cycling the puck along the boards, but also working that puck to the middle, as they did on that last goal, low to high. And look out, that one went straight out.
That one went straight out, and
I don't think we're going to get a delay a game penalty here. I don't know if we have that.
I don't think we have it at this level.
But typically that would be straight
in the
out.
NHL, that's 2
delay a
minutes.
game. That's not even touching the glass.
Yep. Redding, Carruthers, and Wood not there for the Scouts. It's won by the Warriors, though. Liam Carruthers returning, dump it back in, but Wood has to clear the zone. gives the Warriors a chance to possess. Long pass off the stick of Corrigan. McKinley Houston will dump, and Finn Moore will go back to play. He'll bump into Corrigan, throws Corrigan down.
It's gonna be a call.
Yeah, Finn Moore is gonna go for a hold. It's a pretty clear hold, and Moore's pleading his case, but
Yeah, Corrigan went for the hit rather than the puck, even though he beat Moore there.
and that might be what Finn's argument is that he came down and didn't play the puck, he just played the body, and that's technically interference.
Right, yeah, but the puck's there, so you're not going to see that called too many times unless it's absolutely blatant. So, you know, you just, as a referee, I think you're looking at, is he playing the body or the puck, and they're going to allow that kind of a hit, and Moore just took him down. You get that free hand around his shoulder, and that's going to be a call every single time.
Herbert comes out as the Scouts win the draw and clear it down. The Scouts made it about a period and a half without committing a penalty, and now you're down 2-1 here, shorthanded. Big power play, or big shorthanded opportunity for the Scouts. Drop pass, and Herbert able to clear it in, and he gives a whack to Aaron Rubin as he goes past him.
He got tied up multiple times on that play. Otherwise, his forecheck would have been much quicker into the zone.
Jacobs into the zone, has his stick lifted by Rother. Wenninger helping out in the corner. Coming in from the point is Aaron Rubin. Corrigan now back at the point, finds Rubin down low. Rubin backs his way towards the near point. Down to Jacobs, swept away from him. Corrigan's made his way over to the far corner now. Rubin behind the net, tries to throw it out in front. Puck squirts in between the circles, bounces back out. Back to the points, that's Winocour. Winocour far half wall. Now Jacobs in the corner. Corrigan. His pass is deflected. Herbert knocks him out of the way, and Wenninger cleans it up. 30 seconds left on the power play, 8.5 left in the second period. Rubin quickly up ahead to Corrigan. Corrigan's shot stick down by Barnes. Corrigan comes out the far side with it. Gretzky's office centers it through the legs of Will Battaglia, and then it'll come all the way down. 15 seconds left on the power play.
Seen a lot of good sticks in lanes from Barnes. It's the extension of your body is what we always call it, and especially when you're on defense, you got to make sure that it's in the right position at all times.
Stevens with a shot from outside the near circle as the power play's up. Very good PK for the Scouts that time. Now Rubin out to center ice with it. It's Aaron Rubin, skates through the defense as he's almost falling down, gets knocked off balance. Back to the point, O'Neill keeps. His shot through some traffic. Jones with the save, the rebound, the score. Ryan Curry on the doorstep, able to flip it up over the right shoulder of Andy Jones and make it 3-1.
We've talked about rebound control in this game. I don't know if there was much time or space for Jones to control where that rebound was after the shot from the point, but that's how the Warriors have really structured their offense here, is shots from the point and somebody down low to clean up the garbage in front, and that one thrown in front. And I'm impressed on the lift that was there, because there wasn't a whole lot of room from where that rebound was left in the crease to get that puck up.
He was standing just outside the paint and was able to get it up over the right shoulder of Jones to make it 3-1. Lockhart getting bumped around but continues to play the puck. Louis able to clear it in, but just enough, and taken right back by the Warriors. Manili now finds Liam Carruthers. Now Wood. Christopher Sabau behind his own nets. Louis loses his stick. And now a 3-on-2. This is Nervik behind the nets. Manili helps it around. O'Neill at the near points, and it's into the body of Andy Jones for a save. And a whistle and a face-off. So the varsity game is scheduled to start 5:45. I don't believe, I'll have to go back.
The other varsity game.
Yes, varsity gold. I'll have to go and double check my email in between games. I don't believe I have the run of show, but I would imagine all of the festivities will be in between games. Rubin back at the point. Puck is stolen there nicely by Rother. Right back come the Warriors. Aaron Rubin finding Michael Corrigan, and icing is waved off. Weninger with Rother behind the net. That puck comes out in front. Ooh, right through the paint.
Not sure if that hit Jones on its way across the blue paint, but it was definitely in the crease in a dangerous area.
Herbert battling to get the puck out. He does. Rother is able to help it forward a little bit, but the Warriors right back on the counterattack. Cross ice pass, Battaglia. Weninger with him. Good stick work by TC to knock the puck away. Corrigan far point. He'll come out, and Herbert will come down 1-on-2, and he'll give a little shove as he heads to the bench. 5:38 left, second period. 3-1 Warriors with the lead. Long outlet pass. Good stick lift by Neeson Louis there to take the puck away from Eli Jacobs. Winocour tries to get around Liam Carruthers and can't. Indirect pass, Louis with Wood. Neeson Louis walks in, and that's off the right shoulder, I think, of Evan Lau. Best opportunity in a while for the Scouts offensively. Wood right back. Wood drops for Louis. Louis tries to cut to his left. It's sticked away from him. Going down in the corners, Tyler Corrigan, and the puck is iced by the Deerfield Warriors as we're under 5 minutes now in period 2.
Neeson Louis as a lefty, he came in on that first attempt that he scored on, and that was from the far side, so shooting across his body, getting that rebound and scoring that goal. This time he's on our near side. You'd think his stick would be a little bit more in a shooting lane, and he did get that shot off, of course, but...
We got a penalty here on Lake Forest as well.
Oh, yeah.
Murphy Wood in the penalty box.
I didn't see what that was for. Maybe
Neither
something
did I.
after the fact, but...
And I don't know if there's a penalty on the Scouts. I'm not sure why the faceoff is in the neutral zone, but such is life. And the Warriors now come out with it. A man up, already up 2 goals. Cohen. O'Neal will bang it in. Ryan Curry pinned up against the wall by Finn Moore. Gets it back. Moore again hits him. Back to the point, Zach Rubin. Now Cohen. Shot through, right pad save off the stick of Sam Cohen. Up in the air and out to center ice. You got multiple Rubins, multiple Cohens, and multiple Corrigans on this Warriors squad.
We've seen a lot of brother tandems throughout the Scouts organization, whether it's the Carruthers or the Louis.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the same case here with the Warriors.
Cohen's shot is lifted well up into the screen for a face-off. 3:58 left in the period, 1:02 left on the penalty to Murphy Wood. Still 3-1 Warriors.
Warriors have struggled on the power play. We saw a nice kill, and most of that credit goes to the penalty killers from Lake Forest, but in this case, it's been a struggle to do their regular setup in the zone that they have at 5-on-5.
This is a Warriors team that has 19 power play goals this season. You figure they're probably right at around 19 or 20, somewhere in that vicinity of 18 to 22, 23 games played at this point. So to have 19 power play goals tells you that, generally speaking, they've got a pretty darn good power play. There's a shot that's fired wide by Tyler Corrigan, and they'll come all the way out and force Michael Corrigan back to play it. 32 seconds left on the power play, 3.5 left in the period. Aaron Rubin slowly walks it up, finds Corrigan, Michael Corrigan. Corrigan cross ice pass for Jacobs is behind him. And that'll force Tyler Corrigan to play it to Aaron Rubin. I'm gonna have to use first names like the whole way here. Michael Corrigan to Jacobs. Jacobs now Tyler Corrigan. Tyler Corrigan drops it for Aaron Rubin. That's down low. Jacobs tries a couple of whacks at it at the near post. Power plays up. Rubin circle deflection. And it's cleared out.
Yeah, I went off of Redding's stick and almost went in on that. Good thing that Jones was down in a butterfly position to make that save. He didn't cheat off the side post on the stuff-in attempt either.
Neeson Louis tries to split the double team, and it gets taken away from him. Now Tyler Corrigan dropping it there for Eli Jacobs. Gets bumped by Herbert. Manili off the boards. Louis will play it deep. Rother on the forecheck. Aaron Rubin goes cross ice. Tyler Corrigan. Corrigan's shot blockered away easily by Jones. Now Jacobs in the corner. Centering feed. There's a shot from Zach Winocour that I think he healed a little bit. It went wide. Manili in the corner, getting bothered there by Eli Jacobs. And now the Scouts have it under 2. Pass up ahead looking for Louis by Rother, goes underneath him. Somehow Louis is able to play that puck in the air. Steals it in the attacking zone. Louis backs up. He'll dump deep. Rother and Corrigan. It'll be Corrigan throwing it over to the far side. Zach Rubin tries the long geometric pass. And not able to connect, and that'll be an icing.
For not being the biggest out there, he's still a freshman, as we mentioned. Neeson Louis, well respected when he's on along the half wall. He's got a smaller frame, but he backed with that puck up, and I mean, the defender just has to respect whichever decision he's going to do. If he's going to send that puck down low or shoot it back to the point, but also not step on him because he might stick handle around you.
Face-off is eventually won by the Warriors. This is Maximilian Chudnovsky. That's an all-time name, man.
Yeah.
Behind the net, he gets hit by Weninger. Through the legs of Wood. Across, his shot bounces up in the air, goes behind the net with a minute left. Pacross in the corner, shot from right in front of the Warriors bench is covered up by Jones for a face-off.
And that shot from the point drilled his own teammate. That was number 18, Maximilian Chudnovsky, in front, and I think that caught him, and he went down immediately. Luckily, he's back to his feet and okay, but you want to be that screen in front, but you got to be willing to eat pucks if it's coming at you as well. Most ideally, you get out of the way because you want that puck to go in, but sometimes you got to be a tip or a screen and hopefully not a door.
Or have eyes,
a window.
Eyes in the back of your head to be able to get out of the way.
Right.
Back at the point, Michael Corrigan. Comes just out to center ice. The Scouts will play it right in front of us. Rother. Moore. Finn just dumps it to center ice where it's taken by Tyler Corrigan. Corrigan finds Aaron Rubin. Rubin now Michael Corrigan. Pass off the boards. It'll end up on the stick of Finn Moore, who will turn and not clear it out on the first attempt. Or the second. He does get it out on the third as we're down to 20 seconds. Rubin, hard pass to Jacobs. Jacobs gets pushed by Moore, separates him from the puck. Nick Neuwirth now throws it right into the body of Tyler Corrigan. Neuwirth behind his own net was 7. Louis back to the point, kept in 3 seconds. Shot from the point, glove down, and there's 0.2 seconds left. Let's see if they just run the rest of this period off. I see the official winding the clock here. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We're through 2 periods here at Alumni Memorial Fieldhouse. Scouts got the game even early in the second period, but the Warriors plated a couple, to use a hockey term or a baseball term, or hockey season, but that was the baseball in me coming out there. Plated a couple in the second. The Warriors lead 3-1. We'll step aside here for just a few minutes. We'll do an ice scrape, and we'll come back for third period action. Third period, Scouts down 3-1 to the Warriors. Being outshot 32-9 through the first two. They were able to get one early in the second period, but then the Warriors picked up a couple. And they're gonna try to hold on here in the third as we honor the seniors this afternoon here at Lake Forest College. The Varsity Gold will take on St. Ignatius. 5:45 puck drop there, and we're not even going to shut the stream down. We're going to leave the stream live, so those of you who are watching this game that also want to watch that game and I don't know, want to go get some coffee or a cookie or something, go ahead and do that. The stream will remain right here live for you. Coffee sounds good right now, man.
Anything warm, hot
it's
chocolate.
It's chilly in here. That's, I love the setup here, because we're elevated.
Oof, look out.
Louis with a headhunter.
Tough angle shot. That almost found its way underneath the crossbar, but just went right above.
I love our setup here at Lake Forest College. We're elevated. We have a table for all of our stuff. We've got our Ethernet connection. We've got everything we need to put on a good broadcast. But it is cold.
Yeah,
I'll just leave it there.
Cold,
I was
yeah.
going to use an adjective, but then I remembered I was live on air. Let's just say it's chilly here in Lake at Lake Forest College, and we're both layered up. I've got 2 layers on the bottom, and I've got 4 layers up top, and I can still feel it.
I commend the parents that are here because they know it's cold. They've been here a couple times before, and you see them walking in with the full winter hats and jackets, like most hockey parents, but I think a little extra when it comes to
you and I were
rink.
talking about this before the game. You expect an ice rink to be chilly because it's a 200-foot sheet of ice.
Yeah, refrigeration system and all.
But it is cold in here. Like, it's not just it's a hockey arena cold. It's actually cold in here.
Right.
But that's all right.
Some rinks do have heaters, and I think a lot has to do with the older style barn roof that we've got at this facility. No heaters, and that wood roof, I think, adds to it. Look out.
Liam Carruthers with a nice move. His shot wide of the near post.
Carruthers going through the legs of the defender and catching back up to that puck. A good shot on net, and the Scouts have had some opportunities here early.
Carruthers again with the steal, but he's outnumbered, and his shift is up, so he'll dump it deep and go for a change. Wenninger able to keep it in at the point. Stevens tries to find Goldman. Stevens has a shot that rolled off the end of his stick, maybe got deflected, it went wide, and eventually it'll take a weird bounce off the back wall, and Lau will cover up for a face-off.
Yeah, O'Neill lost his stick there, and I'm not even sure if his own goaltender Lau noticed that, but jumps on that to get the whistle so that he can get a full 5 skaters with 5 sticks in the defensive zone.
12:03 left. Scouts down 3-1. Chance here, though. The pass through. Louis scores. Pretty feed from Graydon Rother. Neeson Louis is second of the game, and it's 3-2 Scouts.
Beautiful backdoor play from Louis. He's in the right place at the right time, and sometimes that's all that takes. You see them win that face-off forward, and that puck finds its way to the back door off of a beautiful pass, and Louis has his second of the day. I was talking about those winter hats earlier. I know there's some netting up here, but get them ready just in case.
Neeson Louis with a pair. He now has 9 goals in 9 varsity games this season. And the Scouts are within a goal. It's 3-2. And that was all made. Louis gets the credit because he gets the goal, but that was Graydon Rother finding Louis on the opposite side and put that puck right on his stick to make it easy for Neeson.
Rother won that face-off forward like we were talking about, and just stuck with it and found his teammate on the back door.
It's 3-2 now. 11:25 left. So Scouts, you need a fluky bounce here to get this thing tied. Elevated pass and flipped out to center ice by Noah Pockross. TC Wenninger back to play it for the Scouts. That pass is deflected away. Keegan O'Neill below the red line. Back to the point. Shot through some traffic by Corrigan goes wide. That's Michael Corrigan. Now Louis with it. Bounces off his stick and lets O'Neal take possession. O'Neal and Corrigan play catch. The outlet pass, Pockross into the opposite corner. Stopped there by Jones, who's stopped 33 of 36 today. He's been terrific. Jacobs far circle, shot through some traffic into the pads of Jones. Herbert gets through the hits, and we're gonna get a penalty called on Deerfield here. So the Scouts get a goal, and this is shaping up a little differently than that second period, but the Scouts got an early goal, but then the Warriors got it right back and controlled about the next 8 to 10 minutes. Here the Scouts get a goal, keep the pressure on a little bit, and now they draw a penalty.
This is going to be a huge power play for the Scouts. They've already got a little bit of momentum from that early goal to bring this game within one, and you have another opportunity to do it here. You had the Warriors kind of on their heels. They commit a foul, and next thing you know, you're going on the man advantage. Look out.
Pockross as that's rifled into the Deerfield bench.
Yeah, head hunting his own teammates on that one just to try to clear that puck.
The crowd's starting to file in down to our right as we get ready for senior night here. I expect that right side where the Lake Forest people are set up to be packed. We saw that for Pucks and Palms as this is cleared all the way down. Justin Manili will pause behind his own net. 1:44 left on the power play. 10 minutes left in the game. Here's Louis with some speed. Louis into the attacking zone. Neeson takes it wide. Louis gets double teamed and then eventually loses the puck, and it's scaled the length of the ice by the Warriors. Manili out there with Herbert, Rother, Wood, and Louis. That is your power play 5 for the Scouts.
A little deception behind the net right there, but have yet to see the Scouts with a clean zone entry and setup on this power play.
See if they get one here. Louis leaves it for Wood. Wood gets that entry. Throws it in front. Rother rolls off his stick. Tap back. Herbert bounces away from Herbert. And now Tyler Corrigan and the Deerfield fans wanted a hook and then a trip on Lawson Herbert. And now Herbert throwing the body around, and Herbert's finally going to go. Third time's a charm, I think, for Lawson Herbert.
They're going to get Herbert for the cross check there. I did think that there was a little bit of a stick in the midsection as the Warriors got across the blue line there. Corrigan stopped up. I don't know if it was so much of a trip as a little bit of a hook as he was trying to get through the defender, but even the referee shaking his head at some of the other calls, but there's still going to be a call. So that will negate the rest of that Lake Forest penalty. And then after the 45 seconds, the Scouts will be shorthanded.
So 4 skaters to a side for 45 seconds.
There's a conference in front of the penalty boxes from both sides. I think Deerfield was looking for maybe an extra penalty rather than just the one, but it'll just be the minor penalty to Herbert.
Draws one. O'Neal with a shot from the point. It's going to go wide, but Jones with the right pad steers it into the corner. Neuwirth. Try the other side. Wenninger. Cleared back in. Stevens. Now Neuwirth for the Scouts. Into the skates are Redding. Wenninger will dump. 18 seconds left on the 4-on-4. Push back around the near side. Redding. Back to Wenninger at the point. TC dumps it deep, and he'll go after it, but O'Neal will get there first. Near wall, Redding is able to keep. It's banged hard off the boards. Wenninger keeps it in at the points, and as the power play, we got too many men.
They send somebody early. You heard the stick of Jones on the far side letting his teammates know that the power play was expiring, but I think what happened was I
think the player that came out of the box played the puck as he was going back to the bench while somebody was coming off the bench to replace him.
Yeah. Usually that conversation happens before the player enters the box. or you can see if your line is out there. So
yeah, that's exactly
Jacobs
what's
is
going on here.
back
It's going to
in.
be a too many men on the ice penalty on the Warriors. So 4 to a side for a minute 11, and then a 49-second power play. So ultimately, the Scouts are going to get their 2 minutes. It's just going to be separated by a penalty.
Yeah, you usually, as I was saying, you have that conversation with your teammates of, all right, am I going to come out of the box and immediately be out there?
Rother slap pass deflected over to the far wall. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Mike.
No, the play's going on, so
had an
we gotta get to
opportunity.
this 4-on-4 hockey action.
Aaron Rubin. Take it deep. Bad angle shot flipped over the nets, and that'll come out to the center ice where Rubin will play it. 44 seconds left on the penalty to Lawson Herberts. A minute 30 left on the too many men that's being served by Eli Jacobs. Rubin's
Good poke.
Yeah, gets poked by McNeely. McNeely in the corner. Drop past Louis. Louis rips it off the post. Comes out the near side. Rubin. Louis aiming for the hat trick there. Just missed. Curry will clear it deep. McNeely flips it to Louis. McNeely gets it back and is able to clear the zone. O'Neal. Back to Corrigan, back to O'Neal. Michael Corrigan into Curry, who's into the attacking zone. Curry whiffs on the shot. The puck comes out in front, McNeely, and the net comes off the pegs. And that's unfortunate for Lake Forest as Herbert had just come out of the box. They had a 3-on-2. Herbert was making a 4-on-2 down to our left, but the net came loose.
Sometimes if that comes loose on the back end and the play isn't over there, you can play on, especially the trailing referee and the goaltender can fix the net in the meantime, but they elected to pause the game just for that.
Jones settles the puck down. Wenninger behind the net. 42nd power play now for the Scouts. TC to his left. Come up into the center ice. He'll gain the red line and dump as he's hit by Tyler Corrigan. Michael Corrigan now. Kept in far point Louis. Louis back to Wenninger. Wenninger one-touch pass to Herbert. It's bumped out of the zone. Wenninger spins nicely to get away, and he'll dump, but the first one there will be Michael Corrigan behind the net. Louis flips it deep. Corrigan gets it back, and he'll turn and scale it out, and that'll just about do it on the power play. 6:20 left. Power play is up, so we are now 5 to a side again. Pass into the feet of Rother. He gets hit from behind, but continues to play the puck as he gets double-teamed. Wenninger throws it towards the goal, where Aaron Rubin will possess for Deerfield. Up the wall, Rother was going for the big hit, just avoided the puck. Stick handling there is Rother. Rother finds Wood. Wood on his offside, throwing back out in front. Ooh, Rother almost able to turn and tuck that one as we go the other way now. This is McKinley Houston with a shot. Out in front, up over the net, and a couple of Warriors run into each other at the back post. Now big hit from Lawson Herbert. Herbert's got a bee in his bonnet, they would say, Mike. He's feeling kind of feisty today. He's been throwing his body around all afternoon.
And that last one that the Scouts lined up from him was looked like the controller died, you know. Just kind of kept going with the shoulder forward and missed the puck and the body.
Now Stevens. Puck comes back into the zone with 5:09 left. Nice outlet pass to Corrigan. Tyler Corrigan has it wide. Throws it out in front. Nobody on the other end of that pass, though. Now Michael Corrigan will play it back to O'Neal. Keegan O'Neal tipped in. Slowed down by Jones. Neuwirth rolls off his stick. That gives possession over to the Warriors. His puck comes loose. Pass out to Liam Carruthers, 1-on-2. Carruthers has Bosson with him. Carruthers tries to drive the net, sweeps it out in front. Bosson through his legs, tipped back into the near corner. 4.5 left now. Cleared up, and Carruthers does a nice job to keep it in. Throws it towards the net. Bosson not able to spin onto the puck. And up and out. Back to Carruthers. Carruthers off the glass and back in. Liam Carruthers has looked really good today, too. Another Kid who's played JV most of the year, but getting a call up here to varsity blue for this one tonight.
And that's a really nice shift from him right there. He enters the zone with a drop option, decides to shoot as he muscles his way towards the net, and his drop option ended up being the rebound.
Scout player got knocked down right in front of the bench. Now Neeson Louis 1-on-2 as Herbert continues to throw the weight around. He runs over Will Battaglia. Here's Louis out in front, the glove save by Evan Lau. And this one's starting to get physical, or I guess starting to get more physical is probably an accurate depiction, as Lawson Herbert is a man on a mission here tonight.
I'm not sure if we're going to get any calls here based on that, but there was some extracurricular activity going on behind the play in front of the penalty boxes.
Someone's going, yeah, we saw the thumb. It looks like it's going to be matching penalties, though. Jacobs and Herbert are both going.
Jacobs just served that last penalty.
Or is Herbert going? I don't know. He's standing over by the bench.
I think he's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was the culprit from running his body around there earlier, and Jacobs served that last penalty, so.
He's definitely got that target on anything in a red jersey here today.
And I don't want to call this a friendly just because it's not a
conference game,
game, but at the same time.
You would never want to lose a game, right? If you're playing, you may as well win.
Right. Neeson Louis talking to some of
having
the
a conversation
with
Christopher Sabau, yeah. I mean, go back to that last play. Neeson Louis was inside the far face-off dot all alone, and that's who you want.
There was a lot of extra space because those two players were behind the play, tying up sticks with each other, forcing each other down onto the ground at certain points, and ended up making it like a 4-on-4 in the offensive zone for the Scouts.
Puck is out here to center ice. Manili, Sabau jumps around him. And it's deflected in behind the net. Nervik feeds it down to Zach Rubin. That shot hits a body out in front. Now it's out to Louis, 1-on-1. Neeson Louis coming down on Aaron Rubin. Louis shoots, what?
Oh, wow.
A glove save by Evan Lau. That was ticketed. Top corner. But Lau robbing Louis with 3:15 left.
Louis is drawn iron, so the sound of that means he was just an inch away from the hat trick and tying this game up. He had that grade A opportunity on that last rush before this previous one, and then right there, just a spectacular glove save.
Yeah, best save of the day.
Third opportunity in a row off the charts.
A save of the day for Lau, and it was at the right time. That puck was aimed for that top corner. Louis has it near far point, stick handles, takes the shot, and Lau makes another save.
I'd like to get a tracker of shots on goal just for Neeson Louis. He's had 4 in the last couple minutes here, or at least in the third period, in addition to his goal. I mean, that makes it 5. 6 if you count his goal in the first period, second period, so.
We're gonna time out here, 2 minutes, 47 seconds left. We're gonna take it with them. 3-2 Warriors here in the third. 2:47 left. 3-2 Warriors with the lead. Draw to the right of Lau, who's been forced to make a couple of saves here lately to keep it a 1-goal game as Lake Forest has pulled the goalie with 2:40 left.
Sixth attacker just might be number 6, Neeson Louis, who is on the previous shift and is still out there.
And double shifting a forward. You don't see that a ton. You tend to see that more on the back end.
Right.
Louis, Redding, Rother, Liam Carruthers, Wenninger, and Meneely are out there for Lake Forest. Gotta win a draw, though. Kept in at the points. Louis dumps it deep. Redding for Rother behind the net. Rother, Redding shot. I think that hit the shoulder of Lau. Cleared up, and that'll be shoveled out by Sam Cohen. Racing for the puck is Wenninger. DC to Carruthers. Carruthers cross ice, Meneely to Redding. Redding to his left. Drops it for Louis. Louis stick handles. Louis shot. That caught something of Lau.
I believe the glove and or the top of the helmet.
That puck is iced. It'll miss the nets. Get another face-off, 1:58 left. And got to win those face-offs, man. Like, you pull that extra, you pull that your goalie, bring the extra skater out there, but you lose the draw and immediately give up possession.
And we saw that goaltender pulled early. Of course, it happened when the timeout did, but we still had over 2 minutes to go. So now you're just under 2 minutes. That's still a lot of time on the board there. You got to win a face-off and not allow the Warriors to take shots from their own end at the empty net.
They do here. Redding from a bad angle, the backhand. Lau holds the far post. Nice play there by Will Redding.
We've seen a couple of those face-offs where the Scouts have won them forward, and that seemed to have worked. See if they try for that again here.
The Scouts doing this without their 2 leading goal scorers today, Aiden Carruthers and Edward Vidra, neither of them in the lineup here today. Unsure if they're injured or if we'll see them for the Varsity Gold game, but it's impressive that they've been able to hang with the Warriors despite being down their top 2 goal scorers and 2 of their top 4, really 3 of their top 5 point getters is Carruthers, Vidra, and Braden Mills, none of them in the lineup today.
That puck found its way into the Warrior bench, so we'll do this again. You saw the tie-up from the centers. The winger comes in, and the Scouts did end up winning that last one forward again.
They win this one back to the point. Wenninger at the near point. Shot through some traffic, hit a skate out in front. That's cleared the length of the ice. It's tipped, no icing. Louis will be back on it with 90 seconds left. He'll bang it around to Carruthers. Carruthers drops it back for Neeson. Louis to Redding. Swept away, stopped there by Meneely. Meneely has to stop and circle back. Now Rother with 1:13 left. Scouts having trouble moving forward with the puck. Wenninger skates back towards the middle as Louis on his right. Gets into the body of Rother, and it's backhanded right back in. Puck comes right out in front of the net. Meneely has to drag to keep it away from the post. Long indirect pass for Carruthers. Liam gets a piece of it to avoid the icing. He goes down in the corner, and the attempted clear is whiffed on by Aaron Rubin. Wenninger back at the point. TC takes a shot. The bouncing puck through, and wow, Lau was somehow able to track that skipping puck.
Almost looked like a chopper to the shortstop.
Chopper to hopper.
Yeah, exactly.
Save made by Evan Lau. He's made 3 really important saves in about the last 4 or 5 minutes of this game, or this could easily be a 3-3 game. Rother on the draw, 37 seconds left. It's won by the Warriors. Herbert takes the shot. Louis in the near corner. Wenninger back at the point with 28 seconds left. TC dumps it deep. Scales it around Rother. Rother tries to throw it out in front. Nobody there. That's off the glass. Wenninger bats it down with his hand. Continues to play it. He goes down. Tyler Corrigan. Louis keeps it in at the point. Neeson walking in. Nice feed to Rother. Rother up over the crossbar. Carruthers in the corner. Time looks like it. Oh, Carruthers back to the point. Meneely, and we're going to get a penalty with half a second left. So this is going to be over as Herbert's going to go to the box again.
Yeah, Herbert came in on the numbers there, so it was behind.
We have an official and a parent arguing here.
Yeah, so that was a lot of chaos in just a few seconds, but what happened was Rother comes in and is only looking at numbers. What he did right there was
They're gonna
call it.
They're gonna call the game with half a second left. That hit in the corner really was the sort of that defining moment, I guess. And the officials, instead of having this get any worse, will end it here as the Warriors defeat the Scouts 3-2. But good performance for the Scouts, given they were missing some of their top scorers, and that's going to do it here for Varsity Blue. Varsity Gold's coming up. Mike and I we're going to shut down, but we're going to keep the stream live. So again, go do what you got to do. Come back in a little bit. We will have Senior Day festivities and Varsity Gold versus St. Ignatius coming up for you on the other side. Varsity Blue loses 3-2.
Reed's favorite memory of Scouts hockey is the annual Pucks and Moms game, and Reed loves the fun hockey community. Next up, center number 43, Cal Eggers. Cal's parents are Tara and Matt Eggers. Cal's favorite Scouts hockey memory is winning the 2025 JV Gold State Championship. Cal loves how close the players are outside of the hockey and how they treat each other like family. Next up, defenseman wing number 47, Preston Louis. Parents, Lynn and Papa Louis. Preston's favorite memory was playing in the Blackhawks rivalry game against Carmel Winter Club last season. Preston loves how long the players have been playing hockey together and how strong of a bond they built. Next up, defenseman and captain number 53, Gavin Nelson. Gavin's parents are Nicole and Chris Nelson. Gavin's favorite memories of Scouts hockey are all of the Jamestown tournaments. Gavin loves skating in front of and with friends he has known forever. Next up, number 53, Will Redding. Will's parents are Jen and Mike Redding. Will's favorite memory is winning the state championship last season and loves how much lifelong friends he has including the Scouts hockey. Next up, center number 57, Brady Strongman. Brady's parents are Kim and Peter Strongman. Brady's favorite memory of Scouts hockey is meeting Carmel in the Blackhawks rivalry game at the Winter Club last season. Brady feels Scouts hockey is best because the team is close and have each other's back. Next up, defenseman number 75, Jack Rancourt. Jack's parents are Julie and Mike Rancourt. Jack's favorite memory is the Blackhawks Winter Classic rivalry game last season when the Scouts beat Carmel. Jack had never seen Winter Club that proud, and it was fun to win that game in front of such a great crowd. Next up, wing number 79, Jack Milliman. Jack's parents are Becky and Mike Milliman. Jack's favorite memory is beating New Trier Green twice and loves Scouts hockey because everyone is so close. Next up, defenseman number 83, Luke Pasquizzi.
What happens when you're at the top? What happens when you're at the top? Everybody wants to take you down, right? If you want to be at the top, you got to play like you're at the top, okay? We can't be inconsistent. We have to work, okay? Because everybody is going to bring their game, their top game to you, right? And if you can't elevate above that, that's where we're going to fall.
Welcome to the game of the week on the SHL Network as we get set for puck drop between the Stuyvesant Patriots and the Wake Forest Scouts.
Hey, get your numbers up. I had to get my numbers up. Now I got it like they gave it to me. But I took it, they ain't give it to me. She really do it to me.
Got a break for the
God knew it
Wrap
for
it up,
me.
back door,
It really fit. It's a shoe-in for me.
And the game is over. The Lake Forest Scouts will improve to 10-7 in the SHL.
Welcome to Game 2 of this Senior Day doubleheader from the Alumni Memorial Fieldhouse, a conference battle between the Lake Forest Scouts and the St. Ignatius Wolfpack. Our broadcast partner is Mike Napolitano. I'm Aaron Schellen, and Mike, you and I were taking a look at the standings before the game, and this feels like a very important one. Scouts are sitting in 6th place, 11-9 on the season. St. Ignatius just 2 points back, or excuse me, with 1 point back, but with 2 games in hand, 11-8.
Yes, 11-9 are the Scouts with those 21 games played, and one of these teams is going to get their 12th win here today. One of these teams could command that 6th spot by the end of it, as you mentioned, Aaron. Just 1 point separating these two teams. The Scouts themselves, 21 games played, 11 wins, 9 losses. 2 of those overtime losses, or excuse me, 2 of those overtime wins. 1 of those is an overtime loss, 1 shootout win. It's a much cleaner slate for the Wolfpack. 11-8-0-2. Those 2 that I reference are overtime wins. So very similar team standings and a very close matchup on both sides.
Thank you, Mike, for that.
No problem. Leading the way in goals for this Lake Forest side is Michael Catalano with 10, but he's tied with Nate Robbins, who also has 10. But Catalano also leads in points with 17.
And it's been a couple of games since we've seen the top 3 scorers for Lake Forest all out there at the same time. Michael Catalano, Thomas Esplin, and Nate Robbins. So it'll be nice to see how they operate what appears to be fully healthy and ready to go. And thank you for filling in for me. We have the guy from St. Ignatius here who's giving me some pronunciations for the Wolfpack team. So
gotcha.
Let's get those right during the game as well. And yeah, I don't know if you mentioned this, but very balanced scoring for that Wolfpack team. 5 players on their team who have scored either 7 or 8 goals. So when you get production up and down your lineup like that, it makes it hard as a defense to really key on one player or one line when you have so many different players who can put the puck in the net. On the other side, Lake Forest, as you mentioned, Catalano and Robbins each with 10, Esplin with 8. So those 3 provide the majority of the offense. Lake Forest is going to have to get some offense from other players. We saw Carter Savage earlier this year with a hat trick for the Scouts. He's going to need to, those are the kinds of players that are going to need to help step up here if they want to win here today. It'll be Logan Marsh getting the start in net for the Scouts. Some really impressive numbers for Logan this season. He's only 8-9, but a 2.32 goals against and a 925 save percentage. That really speaks to a lack of offense, really. When you have a losing record but a 2.32 goals against, that tells you that the offense really isn't helping as much as you would like. And down in the other end for the Wolfpack, it'll be Nicholas Nocera. He's 8-8 with a 2.33 goals against and a 908 save percentage. So a lot of very good goaltending. My guess is we'll see a low-scoring game today. That being said, it'll end up being 7-6 because that's what happens.
I was just about to say a battle of the goaltenders in this one, possibly ahead of us right here.
And we're underway, and the Wolfpack unusually don't have their numbers on the back of their or their names on the back of the jerseys. So might take me a second to figure things out as the Scouts. Maricini now Esplin. Esplin dangles, he gets hooked from behind, and we're gonna get an early penalty called here on St. Ignatius, and honestly, probably a good penalty on the Wolfpack as Maricini and Esplin were gonna break in 2-on-1 there.
Yeah, and that's on number 10, Brady Vachik, who leads his team in assists and points. So, actually, no, they're gonna be taking number 16 to the box. That is Gray Velarde. I believe it was Vachik that was tangled up with the forward for the Scouts at the very end of that play, but it's actually going to be a penalty on Velarde.
Gray Velarde. Memory serves, yeah, very, very good Lake Forest power play, north of 40% on the year. Here's Jack Rancourt back to the point. Robbins across Catalano. Catalano shot through a screen, is blockered away by Nocera.
I think that even hit a tip in front. That might have been Nelson in front, but it rode both the blocker and I think a little bit of the stick of goaltender Nicholas Nocera and keeping this game scoreless.
Michael Catalano has been deadly on the power play, has 10 goals on the year, 6 of them are on the power play. Here's a shot and an attempted tip. Rancourt now near half wall. Out in front, and the Wolfpack are able to sweep that out. On the other side, a Wolfpack that has only allowed 6 power play goals on 44 attempts. That's an 86% kill. It's a very, very good penalty kill. Here's Catalano screaming down the left wing. Catalano tries to flip it to himself, gets a little too out in front of him, and the Wolfpack will skate it out. Nicholas Suzo stops the near circle. Sean Biden goes down, and now the Scouts come out with it. Carter Savage throws it the length of the ice. Jake Maricini in the corner, he gives it away. And the Wolfpack clear it out with 52 seconds left on the man advantage. Luke Pasquesi behind his own net. One of the seniors that was honored today. Before we go any further, I get into trouble if I don't. I want to thank my wife, as Maricini has the puck down low. She helped pick out all of the photos for Senior Day. They were all sent to me by the people here at Lake Forest, and my wife helped me go through the photos, and she said that as a mom, she just picked the ones that spoke to her. So if you were watching the pregame festivities, you saw those photos of these young men as they were all being brought out with mom and dad. Here's Carter Savage through a screen, and that puck deflected up into the air. None of the officials knew where it was. The puck's in the far corner.
Yeah, I don't think any of the players knew either. They kept whacking with their sticks, thinking something was going to get pried loose, but it was already up into the netting. This Lake Forest offensive push during the power play has looked good at times. Couple of clears from St. Ignatius, but as you said, a strong penalty kill on their side, so it's going to go back and forth a little bit. But when Lake Forest has had the opportunity to set up, they've been controlling the boards and keeping the puck in. Now it's just a matter of, can you cycle that puck into a high danger area? Maricini
will skate it deep. Jake throws it out in front. Berrettini not able to get there. Pasquesi through a screen, hits a skate on the way through and deflects into the corner. Throwing the length of the ice, and that will be an icing on the Wolfpack. Scouts have come in losing 4 in a row, so they're on a bit of a slide here. Wolfpack lost their last game, and only a few games left before the SHL playoffs starts. You want to get right here down the stretch and figure out some things and start winning some games before they actually matter. Wolfpack have it here. It's Colmoni. Thrown back behind the net. Maxwell Meyer for the Wolfpack turns and throws it up the near wall. Rancourt keeps it in. Preston Louie tries to feed Berrettini, but it's taken away. Now the Wolfpack have it. Big hit there by Strothman on Meyer. Near corner, dug out by Rancourt. Good start here early for the Scouts. Power play obviously helped, but possession-wise, a good start. Big hit behind the net by Grady Strothman. Taken away by James Altunian. Altunian out in front. Berrettini down low. Strothman sweeps it towards the goal. Save made. Nocera. Now Strothman stick handles. Shot there by Nelson. Deflects into the corner. Altunian. Berrettini. Torelli coming in from the point will back up, and it's played there by Edmund Burke the fourth. Taken aback by Berrettini though. Ezio along the far half wall. Dumps it deep. Eggers behind the net. Rolls off his backhand. Torelli comes down the wall to play the puck. Cleared up, but not out. Torelli. Shot there by Altunian is blockered away. Now Milliman near half wall. Jack tries to stick handle through. That'll squirt out into the paint. It's covered up by Nocera, and George Altunian knocks a body down as he skates through and heads to the bench. Yeah, good start for the Scouts.
Yeah, the Scouts had a really good shift in the offensive zone right there, Aaron. A lot of puck protection along the boards and just moving the puck into the right zones. And to do that, you have to be moving off the puck. Use that high hockey IQ, and they've won the faceoff in the offensive zone as a result.
Win back to the draw, or back to the point rather, excuse me. Nelson wearing the C on his jersey. Gavin Nelson has it near point. Feeds it to Catalano, and he'll steal this puck. He'll turn and clear it in. Takes the hit for his efforts. Take the hit to play the puck. That's one of Jack Edwards' favorite lines, the former broadcaster of the Bruins. Takes the hit to play the puck, and sometimes that's what you got to do.
We've seen a little bit of physicality early here, not just with that power play, but just hits along the boards. And the game we saw before this was a non-conference game, so maybe hadn't seen it from the jump. It ramped up, but you're going to see it a little bit, especially with how we mentioned at the start of this broadcast that these two teams are right next to each other in the standings. There's going to be a lot of bodies being thrown early. This officiating crew is the same from the previous game, and we know that they like to let the boys play a little bit, but make no mistake, they're going to make the call, and we saw that right off the bat here with that first power play for Lake Forest.
This is Gus Bergman. Onto his forehand. Flips it around, and then should be an icing. It will be, yep, as that puck was cleared in from the wrong side of the red line, so an offensive zone draw for Lake Forest.
I want to go back to that previous play in front of the net that Berrettini had this puck in the slot and found his teammate Strothman down low, and just really good patience from both Shooter and Nocera, the goaltender, to stay with him.
out in front for Bobby Rolick, and Rolick wasn't able to tap it in on the back door. That was a pretty feed from Valenti. Stick handling there. Rolick gives the hit. That backhand chopper is deflected wide. Back to the point, Pasquesi. Luke, the wrist shot through some traffic, doesn't make it through. Back to the point, kept in, thrown into the near corner. Played here by Lizotte. And I think the best thing about this first 5 or 6 minutes is that the offensive pressure has come from players that aren't Catalano, Esplin, and Robbins. It's been the other guys stepping up here in the early going. That's really what the Scouts need here as we get towards the end of the season.
To be a good team, you got to have that depth. But even to just be a team competing, you have to have that depth step up.
Behind the net with it is Helfrich. Near corner, back behind the net to Sullivan Helfrich. Walks up the wall with it, back to the point. Lizotte, his shot goes wide, comes out the far side. Berrettini has his stick lifted, but he's still able to pin it against 3 white jerseys, and it's punched out to center ice. Velarde has the pass stolen by Strothman and Louis. Louis will turn and dump it in, but he was behind the red line and just threw his head up in the air as he gives up an offensive zone or a defensive zone draw here with 10:20 left in the first period.
Strothman and Louis both read that pass, and I think there wasn't necessarily a lack of miscommunication, but they were both reacting off of instinct to pick that puck off, and they really kind of stole it from each other, and then Louis ends up icing it.
Draws one by the Wolfpack. This is Velarde through some traffic, doesn't make it through. Esplin finds Robbins. Robbins drops it for Catalano. Catalano back to Robbins behind the net, thrown out in front. Catalano turns, sweeps it towards the goal, bounces into the corner, and that'll go up into the screen. Wow, this line, 4-5-8 for the Scouts, can pounce in a hurry. That turned from defense to offense, and a couple of really good opportunities for the Scouts on that shift.
And the Scouts are just like a stick blade away from having a really nice opportunity in front of the net. A couple of really good manufactured rushes right there, and even an effort in front. Behind the play, though, it was a stick in the skate of Grayson Rizzuti. I don't know how that happened.
Rancourt keeps it in at the point. Off the back wall, chopped down there by Samuel Reef. Reef getting hounded by Eggers. Good forecheck by Cal. This was that line that had the good shift last time. Altunian, Eggers, and Torelli. Wolfpack are offsides. Back to play, it's Rancourt. Rancourt gets bumped in the corner. Eggers pushes it around the wall where it's picked up by Jack Milliman. Milliman goes cross ice, nobody there though. Reef to Pienta, who taps it in. Played behind the net by Torelli. Milliman softly off the wall. Eggers with a big hit at the blue line to knock the puck into the neutral zone, but the Wolfpack come right back, and now it's taken here by Torelli. Scouts all give it away right at the blue line. Savage getting tied up at the point. Ooh, that shot looks like it rolled off the stick of Jerami. Now far wall with it, Burke. Edmund Burke sweeps it out in front, and Marsh forced to make a save out in front, trying to get the license plate there. That was Grayson Rizzuti out in front on the one-timer.
That was like a little bit of a tic-tac-toe play off the corner boards that found its way low and then high again, and a point-blank shot. But Marsh stands tall and make the save there. He's in good positioning in order to snuff that one out. But we got a little bit of a spark from St. Ignatius right here that the Scouts are going to have to look out for.
Yeah, they've settled into this one a little bit. First 5 or 6 minutes were controlled by the Scouts, but you're right, Wolfpack have found their rhythm. Now Savage will take a shot through the screen. I think that hit the pads of Lizotte as it went through. Near point, Rolick able to keep. Takes the hit from Rizzuti. Comes out to center ice, and Nelson will just throw it far side. Back and forth across the ice. The bouncing puck in on Marsh. He'll cover up for another whistle and a face-off. Shots were 4-0. They're now 4-3 in favor of Lake Forest. 8:08 left in the first period. Still no score.
You had to expect that with how close these two teams are standings-wise, that there was going to be a response, and we may be in for a very back-and-forth game. But I think so far, as you've mentioned, it is going to be a tightly contested one. We haven't seen either team give up too many opportunities that were high danger, but they're each going to get their looks.
Slap shot from the point through a screen. I couldn't see Logan Marsh, but somehow he was able to play it. Now Berrettini drops the bomb by Louis. The pad save. Rancourt through some traffic. Preston Louis hammered that one, then turns and throws it towards the goal.
We saw 2 goals from his brother in the game prior to this, so he might have the hot stick as well.
I wonder if they share sticks. If one of them has a good game, does he give it to the other?
I wouldn't think so, just because one's a lefty and one's a righty.
That's a good point. Yeah, good point. Nice feed through to Berrettini, but his shot is deflected away. Rancourt, two-handed chop over by the wall. Helfrich throws it behind the net as Louis goes for the hit and misses. That long pass will go through the legs of Nicholas Suzo with 7:12 left. Starting up as Samuel Reif feeds Meyer. Meyer whiffs. Now a potential chance the other way. Robbins has got Esplin, drops it for Esplin. Esplin stick handles, his legs taken out from underneath him, no call. Catalano in the corner, back behind the net. Usually that's a trip.
Yeah,
it was accidental, but it was a trip nonetheless.
That's got to be a call right there. That was blatant. I understand that Catalano took that route, but nonetheless, it's a stick in the skates.
It's a stick in the skates when you have an attacking opportunity. Got to make that call. Back to play it is Nelson. Gavin Nelson in the corner. The Suzo fighting him. Miscommunication there as Nelson gets pushed from behind into the cage, knocks the cage off its pegs. Gavin, he didn't go back after Nicholas Suzo, but he absolutely got up to see what number it was that did that to him. So keep an eye on that.
Take a license plate.
53-17. Let's see if anything comes of that as this game moves on.
That sounded a lot rougher than I think it actually was. I think it was just a lot of the stick making contact.
Nelson's going to the
post,
penalty box.
Oh, wow, yeah. We are going to get a power play for St. Ignatius here. That's interesting. I'm not sure why.
I don't know what the call was.
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm taking this back to that offensive zone play where Catalano was tripped and there was no call. Now all of a sudden you're shorthanded going the other way. That's a surprising one. Plus, your player's knocked into his own frame back in the defensive zone, so.
It'll be either way. It'll be a power play for St. Ignatius here with 6:27 left in the first period. Still no score. Back to the point. Some traffic out in front. James Erdis gets bumped. Now Vasek behind the net. Shot in off of Marsh. That puck is still loose. Marsh not able to track it. Back to Meyer at the far point. Meyer will switch places with Reef. Now near circle. Shot through. Marsh with the shoulder save. The puck is loose and it's cleared out by the Scouts.
That was a beautifully telegraphed play by St. Ignatius to get that puck into the slot. That's your first high danger chance really of the game.
Pasquesi does a nice job poke checking Edmund Burke at the blue line, and the Scouts are able to clear it out. 1:12 left on the power play. 5.5 left in the period. Aggressive forecheck. Lizotte has it knocked down by Bobby Rolick in the defensive zone. Scouts not able to backhand it deep as Anaya tries to play the puck. He pins it up against the wall, though, and that forces the Wolfpack back into their own zone. Burke. He didn't gain the red line, or they're going to say it was deflected in. Pasquesi behind his own net. That's tipped out by Rolick. So far, very good PK for Lake Forest. 30 seconds left. Burke will start up ice. Go ahead.
A very high forecheck on the shorthanded opportunity for the Scouts.
Big hit by Pasquesi as he knocks down Rizzuti right at the blue line. Rizzuti made the play and then got leveled. High slot, Burke backs it out, shot through a screen. Marsh makes the initial save. The second save, he's down on his belly, and that puck is not in the net, and Marsh is down on his belly. Looks like, who was it? That was Rizzuti and Pasquesi getting to know each other, I guess you could say, after the whistle.
Huge sprawling stop by Marsh to keep that one out. It was once again another high danger opportunity for St. Ignatius. So the power play, still 9 seconds on it, has not resulted thus far in a tally. But
if you're Lake Forest, win this draw, kill off the rest of the power play.
That's a huge momentum builder. Lake Forest, though, I was talking about that high pressure. Usually you don't see with 4 skaters out there, 2 forecheckers in the attacking zone.
And doing it again here, Esplin and Robbins as the power play is up. Worked up to Helfrich, it's stolen away by Esplin. Esplin gets around the first line of defense, tips it forward, can't get through Cook. Catalano around the near side. Swept back to the point, Rancourt through some traffic. Ooh, high and wide of the near post, but Esplin gets banged there. Kept in at the far point by Maricini, and his shot is gloved down by Nick Nocera.
That may have been going high and wide, but Nocera did not want to take any chances. And the momentum that St. Ignatius has built seemingly has been erased by a really good shift here from the Scouts that have regained the offensive zone and are pressuring once again.
Eggers, Altunian, Milliman out there with Rancourt and Maricini on the back end. Draws one by the Wolfpack. Milliman not able to keep it in. That'll roll through. Maricini will have to race back to play the puck. He gets to it. Finds Eggers with a head of steam. Cal not able to get around Velarde. Gets knocked down, kept in at the point though by Maricini.
Eggers got pinched off right where the glass meets the boards there. That's a really tough one because you get that corner in your chest and in your face.
Yeah, there's no give. Tipped away by Maricini, but Wolfpack have it again. Through the legs of Milliman, cleared in by Cook with 3.5. Rancourt, the only one back there. He'll play it. It deflects. He'll have to take it again in the neutral zone. He'll throw it in on goal, and Nocera will leave it for his D. Far side, Jerami. Skate behind his own net, now come out. Rizzuti to his left, and close to offsides, no call. Lizotte jumped over the blue line, back to Vasek at the point, and that's going to be offsides. Yeah. That came out.
Lizotte, the acrobatic jump right there to jump over his captain's stick to keep them onside. Very nice.
2 minutes, 56 seconds left in the period. No score. It'll be Grady Strothman on the draw. It's won, however, by the Wolfpack. Ooh, almost a giveaway there, but it's swept in by Rizzuti, thrown all the way around. Berrettini will leave it for Pasquesi. Luke up to Preston Louis. Louis is clear, is deflected into the opposite corner Berrettini knocked down by Pasquesi right at the blue line. And that'll come out. Torelli will have to go back and play it. Back to Preston. Louis not able to clear it. Now he'll have to go even deeper to get to it here. Charlie Gerami thrown around. Now Preston in the far corner. And Louis will scale it the length of the ice. And they're icing on the Scouts. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. No score. Shots are 8-6 in favor of Lake Forest.
As that puck came around behind the Lake Forest net, it seemed as though Louis and Berrettini didn't really have the proper communication to see who was going to pinch in to go get that puck. So Louis had to track all the way from the near side to the far side and then just find an option. Unfortunately, there wasn't one, and he ices it.
Thought the Scouts only had 4 skaters out there for a second. Rolick was hiding behind Gavin Nelson. Carter Savage shovels it around, or excuse me, that was Valenti pushing it around the near side for Carter Savage. Kept in at the point though by Pienta. Nelson will get taken down. We're gonna have a penalty on somebody. I think Nelson got taken down. I think that's going to be on St. Ignatius, I believe. I saw 2 players crash into each other and both go down in the corner, but I think, yeah, it's gonna be on the Wolfpack. It's gonna be 35, James Erdis going to the box for the hold.
He was on the ground as well, but I think that was the aftermath of the penalty he had already committed, sent him to the ice as well.
So, minute 53 left in the first. Second power play opportunity of the period for the Scouts. Again, a very good power play, north of 40% on the year. 6 power play goals for Catalano, 4 for Esplin, 2 for Robbins, and those are the 3 that are out there right now. Maricini near point, walks in between the circles. His wrist shot is blocked away. Esplin tries to tip it back to Maricini at the point, but it comes out of the zone, and Catalano will have to go back and play it. Catalano, Esplin, Robbins, Maricini, and Nelson are your 5 out there for Lake Forest on this power play. Esplin, Nelson near point, no traffic in front, back to Robbins. Robbins tries to throw it through for Maricini, and it's knocked away. Esplin now in the corner. Nelson top of the near circle. His shot is through traffic. I don't think it made it all the way through, and eventually it's backhanded out by the Wolfpack. Got possession, got set up, but could never find that clean lane on that first offensive opportunity. Maricini, Catalano now. Catalano skates into the attacking zone, cuts it back to his right. It's in his skates and deflected over into the corner. Catalano now tries to go through his legs to Robbins. Esplin shot, the one-timer, and that was a pretty save by Nocera.
It's a nice setup by the power play. They're trying to get that inner lane through the slot opened up. You see a lot of them using the point option and then sending the puck back down low to try to stretch the defenders and open up that. It's more of a box than a diamond for St. Ignatius, but that penalty kill.
Bad pass on the power play there. Be an icing on the Scouts here on the power play with 15 seconds left in the first, 22 seconds left on the PK. Draw to the right of Logan Marsh, who stopped all 6 shots he's faced. Saw a good performance by Andy Jones in the Varsity Blue game. Stopped, it was 33 of 36. Varsity Blue lost 3-2 to Deerfield. As clock's about to expire on the first period, and it'll end scoreless. Good first period by the Scouts. Played pretty solid offensively. Just weren't able to finish. And we'll take a quick break. Come back with second period action. Scouts and Wolfpack scoreless here on the Lake Forest Hockey Channel. Period number 2 here from the Alumni Memorial Fieldhouse. Lake Forest, St. Ignatius in this SHL hockey matchup on really one of the day after one of the best Saturdays in recent memory for Chicago sports fans. Now,
Yes.
I'm not a Chicago sports fan, so for me it was just Saturday. But for, you know, someone who's a fan of the Bears, the Bulls, and the Cubs, it was a great day yesterday.
And the Blackhawks.
And the Blackhawks, it was a great day yesterday.
Blackhawks shutout win, Drew Comesso. Bulls get the win, and of course, the Chicago Bears come back on their rivals in the postseason.
And I know you're a White Sox fan, so you don't want to talk about it, but Alex Bregman to the Cubs is a huge get for them as well.
Well, you're a Red Sox fan, so you
I
don't
am
want to
that
talk
one.
about it.
I don't want to
either.
talk about it either. That hurts. That one hurt to the core because the Red Sox got money pouring out of their socks, and they choose not to spend it, and that bothers me. But that's a conversation for another time.
Welcome to Chicago sports, though, and when you say something like that.
Yeah. Well, the Cubs just dropped $175 million on Bregman, so.
Yep.
Well, power plays up, 5 to a side. Puck is dug out of the corner by Jerami. Pushed over to the opposite side. Behind the net, Rizzuti. Cycle it.
Look out back door.
Yep. Thrown through. Nice right pad save by Marsh. And
That came out.
it came out. It absolutely came out. Thank you. I was waiting for the whistle.
Linesman did catch that, so just a delayed whistle as they touched it. But good rebound control by Marsh to not let that go to the back door. It was still in the slot, but there was a defenseman there able to clear it. But a really good opportunity for St. Ignatius and almost a really dangerous backdoor opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, controlling that rebound, I mean, that's ideally where he wanted it to go because he knew he had defensive help there to clear it out.
Yeah, you don't want it to go right back to the shooter. You don't want it to go to the back door. So your really only other option is straight ahead. You'd like a little bit more English on that shot to kick it out further, but it just kind of died right there in the lower slot.
Urtis drives the net. Ooh, deflected off of Marsh's left shoulder and goes behind the cage. Now Burke at the point through some traffic, doesn't make it through. That hits Torelli out in front. Come out to center ice and back in as Maracini will play it. Jake stops there, cuts back to the far side, flips it up to Esplin. Esplin tries to find Robbins. Torelli will be the first one on it. He gets hit hard.
Scouts were having a rough time getting out of their zone right there.
Ooh, almost a giveaway, but the aerial pass connects to Urtis. Urtis top of the far near dot. That's deflected away. Marsh gives it away and is able to recover in time. Now Preston Louie down the near side trying to push it to himself. Louie gets hit hard. Run into the boards by Burke, knocked down. He's slow to get up. Yeah, he's up now though. But a potential 2-on-1 the other way. Lisuzo has Rogers on his left. The drop passes ramped up into the netting. So not a great start to period 2 for the Scouts as the Wolfpack coming out with a little bit more intensity here in the middle frame.
That previous opportunity, you mentioned Marsh poking that puck back out, and even his defense was trying to clear that puck. They ended up giving it right to the opposition, and there was net exposed as Marsh was still trying to slide across. And that last 2-on-1 you mentioned almost turned into a 4-on-2 as there was a late opportunity for St. Ignatius right as they entered the zone at the blue line.
Strothman not able to play it out. Kept in near point Woods. Lisuzo has Helfrich out in front, but that doesn't work. Meyer back to the point. Woods deflected by Nelson. Nelson gets away from the first hit, shovels it forward as he's falling down. Berrettini can't get to it though. It's flipped out to center ice, cleared right back in by Luke Pasquesi. Slowed down and Lizotte will play it. Woods to Lisuzo. Gavin Nelson gets bumped by Helfrich. Helfrich now into Rolek. Rolek kicks it around the wall. Nelson gets bumped there by Meyer. Back at the point, Meyer tries to take the shot. Pasquesi has it in his skates. Now it's Biden. His shot is saved by Marsh. And it's flipped forward. Berrettini to Rolek. Rolek through a screen. Ooh, that one just over the net. That was a lot closer, I think, than Nocera thought it was. That did not miss the crossbar by much.
Slow to react with the glove as well. Good passing play, though, from the Scouts to tic-tac-toe it through the neutral zone and get it up into a shooting lane.
Carter Savage walking forward with it into the skates of Rolik, but that finds Valenti. Rolik unable to complete the pass, and now the Wolfpack come the other way. Daniel Anaya below his own red line will throw it around far side. That skips away from Savage and thrown over to the near side where Valenti will chop at it, and puck jumps up on edge and rolls into the St. Ignatius zone. Anaya, Rancourt, Valenti. Valenti cuts to his left, deflected down by Reef. Altunian in the corner gets hit, separated from the puck, and Vasek straight up the middle with it with some speed. Has got Cook on his left. His shot, the save made by Marsh. Stick handling in traffic is Carter Savage. Eggers tries to turn and come back up ice. He gets cut off. Anaya battling with Vasek in the corner. Now Eggers is taken there by Woods, and Eggers gets pushed from behind into Marsh, makes the save. Altunian throws it over by the far wall. Scouts hemmed in here. Marsh with the left pad. Ooh, that was close. Through some traffic, Anaya is able to sweep it out as he's falling down, but the Scouts can't change. Right back on the attack is Velarde, and that comes out to center ice again. Some of these players have been out there a long time.
This is the second period. This is the period of the long change, so it's going to be a struggle to get these Scouts' tired legs off the ice unless they can get this puck deep.
Yeah, Daniel Anaya has been out there for about 2 minutes now.
You saw him dive to grab that one and poke it out of the zone. And
back to the point, Reef.
Still there.
Scouts need a whistle here, desperately. Comes out the far side. Jerami back to the point, Reef. He'll fire through some traffic, hits the post.
This is dangerous. Got to get this puck out.
Got to get the puck out, got to get a whistle. Shot through some traffic. That deflects wide of the near post. Cleared up and not out, kept in at the near points. Now Vasek. Vasek through some bodies. Deep again behind the net. Maricini is on the ice. Eggers gets knocked down. Plays the puck from his knees. He can't even get up. These guys are exhausted right now. Thrown out in front, the shot, the save by Marsh, the rebound, they're going to wave it off.
This waved off.
Wave it off. The net.
That was off.
The left post is off.
I could have sworn on the previous crash towards the net that the net was pushed off. I don't think the official saw it, but that may have also been as Marsh is pushing out to make that save that the post is knocked off. But net not on its moorings as that puck goes in. So
yeah, he made that first save. That first save was huge, and then the official right away, Mike, right away. You know, there was no hesitation from that official saying no goal, and that's what you like. You know, you want there to be some decisiveness in that call by the linesmen.
There's a discussion at the St. Ignatius bench between the coach and the referee as to why that was called back. That was a much-needed whistle, as we were talking about, for the Scouts, and they had just collapsed into, you know, they've got all 5 skaters out there, but all 5 of them were below the slot trying to condense the pressure in the slot.
There's Catalano, shot out of a cannon. Tries to backhand it in front. It's knocked away from him. Cleared up and out. Pasquesi will turn and throw it right back in on Nocera. Ooh, dangerous play. I don't know what he was doing. What do we got?
Is this going to be a delayed offsides?
I think that's all it is. Okay, I was wondering why Nocera was just standing there with the puck at his feet like that.
But, I mean, if you don't hear the whistle, I'm not sure you should let the opposition come and just knock that puck off your goaltender's stick.
No, because what happens if you misplay it accidentally? So they're going to say it's an intentional offside, so the draw will come in the Scouts zone. 10:19 left in the second, still scoreless. Nate Robbins on the draw. He's still out there with Catalano and Esplin. It's won by the Wolfpack. Near half wall, stolen there, now Catalano. Drops it to Robbins, and it's not going to be offsides. I thought it was going to be whistled there. Esplin behind the net. Out in front, Robbins has the attempt, and Nocera holds the far post. Rancourt behind the net, rolls away from him. Miscommunication by the Wolfpack. It's going to come out the other way. That'll be Pienta against Pasquesi. Shot wide. Thrown through. Marsh blocks it into the corner, and looks like Pienta.
Yeah, he's slow to get up.
Very
Pienta
slow
had
to
a
get up.
great A opportunity, but ran out of real estate.
Went into the bar. Went into those far corner boards hard. Nice dangle through. That was Burke. Pass too far out in front of Preston Louie, but it will come down on Nocera. 9:17 left, still scoreless. Shots are now 16-12 in favor of the Wolfpack. It was 10-6 in favor of the Scouts at the end of the first, so that's 10-2 so far here in the second period, and it feels about that way here through period 2, Mike.
Certainly.
Scouts have been outplayed so far here through the first few minutes. Now a one-on-one, Strothman against Burke. Strothman just flips it towards the goal. It's directed away by Nocera. Shoveled out. Nelson just turns and sweeps it back into the Wolfpack defensive zone. Burke throws it right back the other way into the body of Torelli. Nelson again on the backhand. And again, Burke comes the other way. Burke into the attacking zone. Self-pass gets cut off by Torelli. Torelli throws it to center ice. Strothman gets bumped by Woods. That allows Helfrich to play the puck. Yeah, Helfrich gets laid out by Preston Louie. Now Berrettini with a big hit. Scouts, maybe it's going to take that physicality, as you like to say, Mike, to kind of get some momentum back here a little bit. Woods on the forehand. Marsh. Nice move by Woods. Behind the nets, Woods again throws it out in front between the circles. Back to the point, James Woods, the shot, the left toe save, the rebound. They don't get all of it, and that was fortunate for Marsh, who's able to sweep it aside. Torelli back to the point, not able to clear it. It'll be Woods again at the near point, and that's kept in by Lizotte. And once again, the Scouts hemmed in their own zone. Cleared up, not out. Lizotte one-handed forward by Torelli and flipped forward to Berrettini. Ezio tries to gain the red line and dump it, and he can't.
That puck's got to get deep.
Yep, Scouts caught in a bit of a change here. They were able to get the forward lines out there, but Torelli is still stuck out there. Michael Torelli's been out there for a while now, along with Gavin Nelson. Basic shot blockered into the corner by Marsh. Again, an opportunity to clear the puck out and get a whistle. Carter Savage has two chances at it there and can't do it. Torelli kept in at the far point by Lizotte. Now Torelli is able to fire it the length of the ice to release that pressure, and
that's an icing that's not exactly, I mean, you're going to get some fresh legs out there, and that's good, but it's going to come right back into your zone. And the Scouts have been struggling to clear this puck. You saw that physicality, and it quickly turned from physicality to tired legs, and it became a possession game for St. Ignatius. You saw the response of the physicality from the St. Ignatius captain, as number 36, Grayson Rizzuti, and he took an extra run. He took exception to that, and next thing you know, St. Ignatius is in the zone with not necessarily fresh legs, but you get that extra boost when you're able to keep it in that many times and hold that offensive pressure.
Strothman, Berrettini, and Louie out there for the Scouts. Velarde. Preston Louie on the forecheck. Berrettini, now Strothman on the aggressive forecheck, and that comes out nice work out. Jack Rogers avoids the hit from Louie, but that allows the Scouts to play the puck, and then Louie gets knocked down at or after the whistle. The officials are going to say it's after the whistle, and Maxwell Meyer will go to the box for the roughing.
Yeah, Louie's in a little bit of pain. Of course, he went down earlier in this game, but that one, I don't think he meant to do it on purpose, but he came out wide with the leg there on the hit, which is why St. Ignatius took exception to that immediately. And He's slow to get to the bench.
And probably got the wind knocked out of him there. That was one of those
Yeah,
open ice collisions. Yeah, it's going to be interference.
You hope it's not from the hit that Louis tried to take on, because that was almost knee on knee, and you know, even if you're the one trying to initiate the hit, it can cause an injury, and that's not a good one to have.
Draws one by the Scouts, Marasini, Robbins. Robbins through some arms and legs, doesn't make it anywhere close to through, and that'll come out to center ice as Catalano's pass was behind Marasini. Now Catalano will skate into the attacking zone, drops it for Esplin, and Esplin's not able to keep it in the zone. He'll have to wait. Back to Jake Marasini. Marasini drops it for Catalano. Catalano forward to Esplin, but no real forward momentum. Catalano, nice move to get clean, has got Robbins. Esplin's shot, the save is made by Nocera. It was almost accidental, as you know, that initial break-in looked pretty harmless, and then before you knew it, it was a 2-on-1 down low.
That puck rode Robbins' stick and came up into the face of that St. Ignatius defender right there.
Swept around the far side, but only Wolfpack over there. Carter Savage will take it deep with a minute left. He's out there with Pasquesi, Marasini, Valenti, and Esplin, and Robbins, excuse me. And pass through. Robbins able to keep it in at the point for the moment, but it's taken here by Burke. Burke 2-on-2. Tries to skate through Pasquesi, puts the puck through his legs, but just ends up in the corner. Now the Scouts have it. Marasini forward to Robbins. Robbins gets around the hit. Now in the corner, stops in the corner. Punched up in the air. Valenti. Pasquesi near point. Cross ice pass, doesn't connect. Robbins not able to play it, and it'll come out to center ice, and that'll just about do it on the power play. Pasquesi. Carter Savage. Pass too far out in front of Valenti, and that will be iced by the Wolfpack. 3:58 left in the second. We thought we were going to see a scoreless game, or at least a low-scoring game, and it's where we are. No score. Almost done with period 2.
And both teams have had their opportunities on the power play. When St. Ignatius has the puck in the offensive zone, notice how they're starting to pick up on Marsh's rebounds and have a guy not necessarily backdoor, but even in the slot to try to pick that up, because if the rebounds are there, you best attack them. When it's Lake Forest, their entries have had to be different, because they try to enter the zone and use that drop pass to the blue line and then send it back low to kind of stretch the forwards and the defensemen of St. Ignatius. But now it's been more of a dump and chase type game.
Rancourt clears it in for Lake Forest. 3 minutes, 34 seconds left in the second. Wolfpack slowly down ice, and that's going to be an icing. Oh no, waved off. Backside linesman had that arm up. Rancourt tries to go indirect. The puck doesn't come out of the zone, and Jack will have to go back and play it, but Sullivan Helfrich will get there first. Rancourt shoves Helfrich into the corner. Helfrich goes down. Rancourt's not able to play it. There's a shot by Pienta. He gets a second attempt at it. There's that rebound you were talking about.
Yeah, now just a little bit of puck watching from St. Ignatius, which allowed Lake Forest to clear it.
Scouts able to flip it to center. Rolick 1-on-2. He'll just dump it into the opposite corner as the Scouts will go for a change. Savage on the forecheck takes it away. Savage had it in his feet. He had Altunian out in front if he was able to control that. Savage will turn and fire it from the far wall, and Nocera plays it into his belly with 2.5 left in period 2.
A little bit going for this Lake Forest offense right there. There was a quick turnaround shot, but they're going to have to get a little bit more set up, a little bit more comfortable along the boards, but there's been a strong forecheck from the Wolfpack, keeping them from setting up as nicely and easily as they have been before.
Wolfpack are absolutely killing the Scouts on the face-offs and at the face-off dot as well.
Face-offs are important. Some will say they are not, but you'd like to start with the puck and establish some kind of connection, especially in the offensive zone.
Yep. Basic. The offsides, puck comes out. Down to 2 minutes. Burke into Nelson right at the near half wall. Nelson has his stick lifted by Jerami. He'll throw it indirect out to center ice. It's stopped there by Colmoni. And he'll throw it in. Marsh slows it down. Altunian tries to one-hand it out, and he's able to. Back to Jerami, goes D to D. Cross ice pass, and that's just dumped back in by Nelson. Colmoni leaves it in the near corner. Berrettini. Nelson has it at the near point and just fired in from outside the blue line. 1:12 left. Giveaway there. Here's a chance for Preston Louie. Louie has it deep, throws it through the paint. Now a shot by Torelli that ramps up into the net. And if you're the Scouts, that's what you need. Just a plain old giveaway by St. Ignatius there. And not able to capitalize, but at least you get a shot and a face-off.
Could have been a costly turnover for the Wolfpack. Not sure what the plan is. You notice they tend to go D to D. So if the puck comes out of the Lake Forest end on our near side, they're going to go D to D to the far side and then work their way up that way, kind of like a J or an L. And they don't really change that up too much, so you can kind of just guess which side they're coming into the zone from.
Nice feed out there to Rogers. Rogers, his pass is stolen by Ezio Berrettini. Berrettini pinned up against the back wall. He'll spin back and take it behind his own net with 44 seconds left. Berrettini forward to Strothman. Grady to his left. Whiffs on the shot, keeps moving forward. Berrettini will take it there. Berrettini not able to pull the trigger on that pass. He had Pasquesi open at the far point.
I was just looking at that too.
Strothman behind the net. Maricini calling for it. Gives it to Pasquesi, whose one-timer is saved. And it's thrown the length of the ice for an icing. 12 seconds left, still a chance for the Scouts here in the second period if they can win this draw.
We'll look to see which line gets thrown out. Yeah, it's going to be this top line, Esplin, Catalano, and Robbins.
Yep.
In an attempt to try to get a goal here. Interested to see how Lake Forest sets up on this faceoff. Oh, they're going to set up, man in the slot. That's Catalano.
Esplin tried to walk forward with the puck. It gets knocked away into the corner. Catalano kicks it to his stick, backhanded out in front for Robbins, and will be taken into the corner by St. Ignatius. Second period will come to an end, and still nothing. A very tight defensive battle as we expected from these two teams. Looking at goalie stats, and that's exactly what we've gotten. Mike and I will step aside, and we will be back after the ice scrape for third period action here from Lake Forest. Both teams back on the ice. Third period, just a minute or so away from getting started. Shots were 10-6 in favor of the Scouts after the first period. Wolfpack outshot the Scouts 17-7 in that second period, so a running total of 23-17 in favor of St. Ignatius right now, with 17 more minutes left to play here from Alumni Memorial Fieldhouse, home of not only the Lake Forest Scouts, but also Lake Forest College. And also the Falcons. Can't forget about the Falcons. Lake Forest Falcons, absolutely.
Glasses up there as well.
Yep.
Back underway.
Strothman has the puck in the attacking zone for the Scouts, takes the hit. Puck bounces up into the air. Berrettini bats it down, push back to the near point, Pasquesi. Pasquesi, it's off his skate, and we got a 3-on-2 the other way.
That's way offside.
Maricini does a nice job mucking that up right at the blue line and creating the offsides.
Just a little extra poke, kept that puck out, and I don't think the center and the other winger for St. Ignatius could tell that that was gummed up at the blue line, so Lake Forest avoids an entry there.
Another face-off win for the Wolfpack. Pasquesi forced to play it behind his own net. He gets bumped. Maricini pass a little bit behind its intended target. The shot from the point, the right pad saved by Logan Marsh. Now low with it. Jerami. It's knocked down by Pasquesi. Pasquesi gets bumped by Jerami. Doesn't move him. Now Strothman digging at it. Marsh holding that near post. Louis. Collision there. Cleared up, and Berrettini finds Louis. Hard pass, Ezio Berrettini off his stick. Rolled behind the net. Falling down, but still able to play the puck out. Berrettini for the Scouts will turn and clear it back in. Robbins on the forecheck. Out there with Catalano, and Esplin will join the two of them. Meyer stick handles in his own zone. The elevated backhanded pass to Vasic. Knocked away. Marsh makes the glove save.
Well, during the break, we learned that the 49ers knocked off the Eagles, so the Bears will end up playing the Los Angeles Rams in this next round of the NFL playoffs.
Rams barely held on.
They did, yes.
Rams scored a touchdown with like 40 seconds left against a sub-500 Panthers team.
Yeah, I was surprised about that, how close that was, as there's another icing. They got the ice resurfacing during that intermission. Tends to make it like its own game, you know. You've got less of a snow buildup and fresh sheet of ice. See if Lake Forest can continue the pressure that they were mounting in that second period, but so far it's mostly been in their zone.
Come out to center ice, played there by Nathan Lizotes. Deflected into the Scout zone, down on Marsh, he'll cover up for a whistle. We've called a lot of hockey this week, Mike.
We have.
I've done 4 games. I think this is your 5th.
This is my 5th, yes.
Your fifth hockey game since Wednesday, my 4th. I had a basketball game in there too, which is why I couldn't be there with you for that 5th hockey game, but been a busy week for the two of us. But it's been fun. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'd rather call 4 hockey games and a basketball game than call 0 of each.
Oh, for sure.
So, been a fun week, absolutely.
That's a no-brainer for me as well.
Out in front, Marsh, that almost up over his left shoulder into that top corner, but goes wide. Good poke check there by Savage. Savage 1-on-3, he'll stop right at the blue line. Nice feed down low to Rolick. Now on the forehand. Savage chops at it. Come out to center ice.
And a perfect play by Savage right there. He pushes the puck through the neutral zone to avoid any of those stick checkers coming at him. And then a beautiful turnaround pass to get that puck deep.
Shot into the glove, the puck comes out. As Nocera took the shot from Valenti, and Bounced in and out of his glove, and the Scouts weren't able to take advantage of that. So we'll have a face-off down to the left of Nick Nocera.
So beautiful puck protection from Savage all around, and it gave the Scouts their first real chance in the offensive zone this period, and they're going to look to get some more here, but they lose the draw.
Long indirect pass. Nelson does a nice job stopping that. Milliman avoids the hit from Lasuzo and clears it in. Eggers on the forecheck, gets some help from Altunian. It's chipped back around for Burke. Edmund Burke, the fourth, will stick handle. Nice cross-ice pass there, and Anaya will be the first one on it. Anaya around, but only up to the far half wall. Toe drag, the wicked wrist shot by Meyer goes wide. Burke's slap shot is steered up into the screen by Logan Marsh. And see Bobby Krebs over there pounding on the bench door. Now he's looking at his hand. I think he hurt his hand. Do you ever do that? Like, you know, you're trying to make noise, like you're trying to hit something to get somebody's attention.
You're
You
like,
bang
ow.
that meaty part of your hand. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah, for sure. Trying to just support his fellow goaltender right there, though.
Nice feed out to Louis. Louis with Berrettini and Strothman. Louis' shot. Saved there. Strothman behind the nets. Not able to play it. Swung around past Squazy. He'll move forward. He gets hit from behind. Goes down. It's around and out. Maricini is back. Back to Pasquazi. Pasquazi
Big
bumps
shoulder
Meyer,
right in front of
knocks
us.
him down. Yeah, nice job by Pasquazi. And then high up off the glass. His teammates loved that.
Yeah, you hear the whole bench going after that big shoulder check.
Almost a giveaway. Catalano shovels it behind the nets. Esplin able to win the puck battle. Catalano back to Pasquazi at the point. Pasquazi through some traffic, and then I think that deflected wide. Esplin behind the net.
That was Esplin on 3 white sweaters.
Maricini can't keep the puck in the zone. Catalano stick lifts. Now Esplin tries to drag through Samuel Reef and can't. And now Jerami gets around Catalano. Maricini knocks it away. Pienta, he loses it to Robbins. Now Robbins to Esplin. Esplin to Catalano, who will dump as the Scouts go for a change. And it looks like the Scouts have broken up that top line as Nate Robbins is out there now with Carter Savage and Bobby Rolick.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit different of a look or a different matchup.
Yep. Try to spread that offense a little bit more. Oh, Robbins goes to the bench now, and Valenti back out there with Rolick and Savage. Giveaway in the corner. Valenti stops. Tries to throw it through for Savage. Carter's not able to play it onto his forehand. Gets it back here, though. Bad angle shot rifled over the head. Far point, Torelli keeps it in.
I think that drew iron right there.
Rolick,
I heard a little bit of a noise.
Rolick doesn't get enough on the pass to play it to Savage. That lets St. Ignatius play it up to the wall. Rancourt keeps. Backs it into the corner, but it's taken there by Vasic. Excuse me. He'll walk into the attacking zone. Vasic sweeps it in towards Marsh. Logan makes the save for a whistle and a face-off. 11 minutes and 1 second left in the third period. Still scoreless here from Lake Forest.
Really good pressure in the offensive zone from Lake Forest. I mentioned Esplin winning that battle against 3 white sweaters, and then it came out to his teammate Catalano, and good puck protection, good cycling from that Lake Forest line there. But as you mentioned, they've switched up the look a little bit there. So we'll see what we get going forward as far as depth and matchups.
Pasquazi throws it up over the penalty box and into the walkway behind the St. Ignatius bench. We'll have another defensive zone draw for the Scouts. Berrettini, Strothman, Louis with Nelson and Pasquazi are your 5. Pasquesi behind the nets. Louis loses it, but Strothman takes it. Now Berrettini throws it cross ice. Pasquesi's there. He'll gain the red line and shovel it in on Nick Nocera, who stopped all 20 shots he's seen, while Logan Marsh is 27 for 27. Pasquesi goes for the Superman hit. Unfortunately for that St. Ignatius skater, I think that was James Woods. Pasquesi didn't connect. Now Berrettini. Ezio back to Strothman, back to Berrettini. Altunian, now Berrettini again. Ezio will dump and he'll go for a change. Now Sarah leaves it for Woods. Woods will spin away from the hit from Altunian. Down under 10 minutes. The long and direct pass, chopped at by Anaya. Does a nice job breaking that up. Play in the neutral zone. And just over skating it is Jack Rancourt. Now back into the offensive zone for the Wolfpack. That's up and out, this time by the Scouts. Quickly Burke. Back to Bergman. Bergman getting hounded by Milliman. Excuse me, that's Colmoni. Colmoni up to Rizzuti. Rizzuti through the neutral zone. Drags on Catalano, tries to go around him, stops, back to the point. Colmoni through some traffic, couple of attempts. That was Brady Vasek on the back door. Marsh with the saves.
Marsh, a really nice job to keep those pads together. Even though he's sliding left to right, and you tend to want to open up those legs, he keeps those pads together because that shot came right on the 5-hole.
Maricini battling with Rizzuti all the way around. Centering feed, puck is loose. Puck comes out the near side.
Marsh didn't know where that was.
Yep. Rolick gets it up to Esplin. Esplin just throws it wide. Maricini, Rolick not able to play it clean. Maricini has it knocked away from him. Rancourt can't pinch. We got a 3-on-0. Vasek has got Jeremy through, and that's
a nice defensive play by the Scouts right there.
And they were able to get back. That was Maricini getting back and turning that 3-on-0 into a 3-on-1 that really didn't have any opportunities. Here's Savage. He'll take the shot wide.
Oh, Robbins kept that in with a good jumping glove.
Now quickly the other way, Rizzuti with Vasek. Drop pass. Puck is iced by the Scouts. Well, that was Harry.
I don't know if they meant to drop that pass. I think it was a little bit more of a whiff, but it still was a drop for St. Ignatius, but it'll go all the way back down for icing. Go back to that play with Robbins, though. A jump at the blue line or just inside, and he gloves that puck down to himself and is able to recognize that he's not going to have enough speed to get to the net, so he could lay it off to his teammate that's entering the zone as well, and the Scouts kept it in momentarily.
Strothman loses the draw, goes back to the point, the shot wide. Nelson around to Pasquesi. Now Meyer, his shot in, and Marsh makes that one look easy. Logan has now stopped 30.
At the beginning of this third period, new sheet of ice, we've seen both teams start to play a little bit more conservatively with each other, not testing too much, dump and chase, live to fight another day style play, but we've seen a couple of really good chances both ways recently, so both teams are starting to really take those opportunities when they're being given.
Strothman loses his stick, continues to try the play the puck forward, and Louis will clear it in, let his line mate go pick up his lumber, or fiberglass at this point.
Yes.
Meyer far side. Sitting in the neutral zone, getting knocked down is Pasquesi, and that's going to be a penalty on Gray Velarde.
Yeah, the hands came up high a little bit, and I think that's what the trailing official saw, so he put his hand up right away.
Cross check.
There's an argument for it, but he's going to go to the box nonetheless. Whistle's already been blown.
A chance for the Lake Forest power play. We haven't seen much offense really from the Scouts since the first period. They had 10 shots in the first. They only have 11 since. Maybe a power play will be just what they need to get rolling here.
There's an argument still an argument from the St. Ignatius bench about that call.
Scouts can't win the draw, and James Erdis comes down 1-on-2. Erdis takes it wide on Marasini, skates back to his forehand. Woods throws the puck the length of the ice. Marsh will stop it for Marasini. Gives it away. Driving the net is Erdis. Bergman will throw it all the way back to his zone for Lizotte.
Erdis has single-handedly killed a fourth of this power play, not only taking the puck into the offensive zone, but puck protecting, realizing he doesn't have any options, being shorthanded and sending it all the way back to his defense twice.
Marasini, it's cleared in, then it'll be swept down on Nocera, but St. Ignatius able to just throw it the length of the ice. Once again, Scouts power play not able to get started here yet, as Marasini and Erdis have some words after the whistle.
Yeah, referee had to step in between to separate the two, but
a little cross check in the back from James Erdis to Jake Marasini, and Jake took exception to it and had a couple of, I'm sure, very, very polite words for James Erdis.
Erdis is just taking another method to what he's already been doing, is killing this power play. In that form, he's trying to draw a penalty right there, so don't bite if you're Lake Forest.
Preston Louie with some speed. Drives out in front. Louie tried to drive the net and tuck, and he almost got there. And he'll fist bump Nick Nocera, pat him on the head.
Yeah, make sure he's okay. He had every right to make that power move. There was a little bit of a lane there to the net, but quickly that window closed. And
we're already down to 6 minutes left in the third period.
We've
no
seen
score.
Preston Louie take a couple of tough hits.
Yeah,
he got knocked into his own net earlier, and so I'm hoping he's okay throughout the course of this game.
54 seconds left on the power play. Catalano, the drag of the shot, and it's into the body of Nocera, as Nate Robbins was there to try to clean up any loose change. Still plenty of time for the Scouts on this power play. 50 seconds left. Esplin, Robbins, Pasquesi, Rancourt, Catalano are your five.
They have 4 forwards on the power play with a defenseman.
Rancourt over to Catalano, far point. Catalano shoots and he scores! I don't know if Esplin got a piece of it, but either way, the power play goal for the Scouts gives them a 1-0 lead.
Now that looks like it's going to be Catalano's goal as he goes to the bench to high-five first, and boy, oh boy, what a shot. That's a little bit of a set play.
Here. Yeah, just win the draw cleanly, D to D, walk in, take the shot through some traffic, and take that late lead.
Well, what's funny about that is that's kind of been St. Ignatius's game this entire course of the first 2 periods, is that D to D pass and then a shot from out wide on a power play or even just a zone entry setup.
Now you got to hold on if you're the Scouts. 5:45 left. You got a 1-0 lead. As this is iced. I'm sorry, finish your thought, Mike. That was rude of me to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. We got an icing call. But no, yeah, you don't want to get complacent right here either, especially with that lead. But yeah, that was mostly the Wolfpack's game, is that D to D passing and a shot from out wide. And the power play took a page out of their book in order to put that one in. Huge goal for Catalano.
Yeah, that's the 11th of the season for Catalano. I talked about how dangerous he was on the power play. That's his 7th power play goal of the season. It's a great weapon to have there. This is thrown towards the goal. Marsh kicks it aside. Rizzuti, Marasini's having his stick held. Altunian pokes the puck away. Now Milliman. Milliman can't get the shot through. Marasini keeps it in at the points, shoots it wide.
Those two are going at each other.
Valenti back to the point, Pasquesi. Pasquesi tries to throw it through a screen. That hit the corner of where the boards and the glass meet, and it shot up into the screen. But it's amazing what a goal can do for that energy level. The Scouts, that was another good shift right there by Lake Forest, in a game that, frankly, they've been pretty quiet for the last period and a half.
Well, you had behind the play, it was Rizzuti and Marasini tied up, and those two have been going at each other since that stick lift, and honestly, even since the start of this game. But that stick in the midsection, Rizzuti had reason to want to draw the call, but then he held on to that stick too, so ref said play on.
Valenti won the draw, tried to walk forward with it, but it was sticked away by Nocera. Deflection under 5 minutes. Anaya on the forehand, shovels it around. Played over there by Urtis. Valenti into the body of Marsh, and Logan will cover up for a face-off.
That was a power play goal for Catalano.
11 goals on the year.
He's got 11 goals on the year, and 7 of them are those power play goals.
Talked about what a weapon that is when you have somebody that's that good on the man advantage. And it's just in general, this Scouts power play is very good, north of 40% on the season. Puck is cleared out, a 2-on-1. Berrettini for Louis, that passed too far out in front of him. And Louis goes down hard again. He's had a tough game.
He's going to have a couple bruises after this one. Those two skaters were a little too close to each other for that pass, but good zone entry nonetheless.
As we approach the 4-minute mark, Rizzuti with some speed overskates it a little bit. The draw pass, and Marsh once again makes the save. That's number 34 for number 34. I love it when it works out that way.
Exactly. You'd like for them to not have as many looks on Marsh if you're Lake Forest, but he's been tall thus far.
Draw to his rights. It'll be Robbins. It's won by St. Ignatius. Velarde, his shot's deflected into the corner. Gavin Nelson can't play the puck out of the zone. Catalano, one-hand chop, gets it out. Plays it through. Nelson not able to settle the puck down, and he goes crashing through the goal and through the goalie. If he had been able to settle that puck down, he would have been in all alone.
Yeah, that little extra contact at the end, and Nelson, he really can't escape going straight into the net there. Luckily, Sarek is able to kind of move out of the way.
Get out of the way, yeah. Not only did the net come out, the pegs came flying out. Both of the pegs are out of their holes, and face-off's going to come in the neutral zone with 3:44 left, and it'll be Robbins, Esplin, Catalano, Nelson, Marasini.
I was just happy it wasn't Preston Louis this time running into the net.
He's going to need an ice bath when this one is over.
Yeah.
Draws one by the Wolfpack. This is James Woods. Catalano picks his pocket and then steals the puck. Flips it into the attacking zone. Kept in there by Robbins. It's slowed down by Nocera, and now Woods. Try again. Once again, gets it knocked away from him right at the red line. They'll try the other side. Meyer back through the middle with Rolick on the forecheck. Rolick will clear it in. Savage on the attack. Rolick chips it forward. Savage in the corner. Carter Savage down low. Will stick handle on the backhand. Tries to flip it back to the point, but that was a nice play there by Urtis to knock the puck away. Take possession. Rancourt for Savage in the far corner. Rolick tips it. And are we going to have an icing? We will. It was deflected, but it was still deflected behind the red line. So it'll be a defensive zone draw for the Scouts. 2 minutes, 37 seconds left. They lead 1-0. The only goal of the game here in the third period, a power play goal.
Catalano.
Michael Catalano.
The Wolfpack had a rough sequence right there of trying to get the puck out of their zone and even just into the neutral zone. And that's something we haven't seen from them thus far today. It's almost as if that pressure of needing a goal is amounting in their heads, and they're just overthinking it a little bit.
In the corner, Jerami tries to center it. The puck is loose in the paint, and the net's at a 90-degree angle. Preston Louis, being the wonderful young man he is, tries to help up Grayson Rizzuti.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the contact between the two of them that sent Rizzuti down, but he looked almost injured for a second there, but he's fine, he's up. It was somebody else that went into the net there. It was a mosh pit, though, in front of the crease, so I couldn't quite tell who knocked it off completely.
2:23 left. Draw to the left of Logan Marsh. Strothman against Vasek. Vasek wins it. Shot deflected behind the net. Marasini bangs it out. Berrettini, that's gonna jump up on edge, and that's a mouthful. Marasini to Berrettini.
Linguini to...
Yes, Mike. You
Ravioli.
Can say that, I can't.
I can, yeah.
2 minutes, 13 seconds left. 1-0 Scouts lead. Lake Forest looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. A win today would push them to 12-9 with an overtime loss, and it would move them ahead of Glenbrook South for 5th place in the SHL. Breaking through Esplin. Tommy Esplin takes the shot, makes the blocker save is Nick Nocera. Big save by Nocera, keeping it 1-0. I'll go behind the nets. Rizzuti fishes it forward, but Esplin knocks it away. And we got offsides.
Late offsides whistle, but good sticks from Lake Forest, breaking up that rush, even from the far blue line.
Bobby Krebs loves it. You can tell.
Yes, yeah. He's back to banging on that
that
door
pounding
right there.
you hear
I guess his hand is okay.
Bobby Krebs, the team's #2 goalie. Esplin on the draw against Vasek. It's won cleanly by Esplin. D-to-D passing, Pasquesi far side of the ice. Chopped down, kept in. Now Rancourt will skate forward over to the near wall. Chops at it, and second attempt, Pasquesi sweeps it out, no icing. Lizotte with 90 seconds left. We'll see when St. Ignatius chooses to pull that goaltender.
Yeah, you got to watch out for Acero.
Savage and Robbins work to keep that puck deep.
There he
Now
goes.
it's Burke, yeah, Burke going while the puck's in his own zone. That's not something you see every day.
Especially with the Lake Forest high pressure that you've
Right.
seen on the forecheck.
There were skaters behind the goalie as he was making his way out. St. Ignatius works the puck into the attacking zone. Out in front, into the body of Marsh, goes wide. Now into the near corner. Jerami through the crease into the far corner. We're under a minute. Out in front, deflects wide of the near post. Jerami again. Yep, Jerami now behind the net. Vasek. Savage not able to knock it out on the first attempt. He gets knocked down, or that was Valenti, excuse me. Pasquesi up to Rolick, and Bobby Rolick clears it out. That hit the bench. I thought that hit one of the players on the side, but we're down to 30 seconds. St. Ignatius has to come back out. They clear it in with 25. That's on to Marsh. Pasquesi will just skate into the corner. Robbins comes over to help him, down to 15 seconds. Mucked up in the corner. Pasquesi doing a great job over there. It's dug out. Puck is cleared. It's centered. It's into a mass of bodies out in front. Marsh makes the save. We get a whistle with 2 seconds left, and now we get a little bit of chaos as Nate Robbins loses his helmet.
Yeah, everybody definitely going to get some calls here.
There might be a little bit more time put back on the clock. Not entirely sure. It looked like the clock ran a little bit after the whistle sounded, so we'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, Nate Robbins is in the box. We'll see if anybody goes for St. Ignatius. If you're the Scouts, you really hope somebody does, because otherwise that's going to be a 6-on-4 with whatever time gets put back on this clock. So far still showing 2, but the referees are over at the door, double checking with the timekeepers. And we've got a timeout called by St. Ignatius.
So we'll take it with them while the refs sort out the clock situation. It looks like it's going to be 2.3 seconds left. Scouts, 2.3 seconds away from win. So they only put 0.3 of a second left on the clock. So really what it boils down to, if you're the Scouts, is win a face-off, walk out of here with a dub. It'll be Esplin.
You see this setup from St. Ignatius.
Esplin
4 forwards.
wins it back to the point, and that will do it. The Scouts win 1-0. Yeah, we got some stuff after the whistle. Nelson getting into it with, it looks like Edmund Burke, and now some of the other players having some words. At any rate, the Scouts walk out of here with a 1-0 win behind Logan Marsh's first shutout of the year. He stops 35 of 35 shots. The only goal of the game, Michael Catalano on the power play, and we get a goalie hug. I love a good goalie hug, Mike.
Goalie hugs. I know as a Bostonian you would, but yeah, what a setup by St. Ignatius on that final face-off. You had one guy back to try to shoot that right off the draw, and 4 forwards that were going to go crash in the net. Doesn't work out for them, fortunately for Lake Forest, and we're going to get a modified handshake line here based on the scrum at the end there, but we will wrap this one up with, as you mentioned, Logan Marsh's first shutout and a much-needed 2 points for the Lake Forest Scouts to separate themselves a little bit more from the St. Ignatius Wolfpack.
Logan Marsh stopped 35 out of 35. Michael Catalano, a power play goal late in the third period, is all the scoring the Scouts needed. They win today 1-0. So the Scouts split the 2 games here on Senior Day. Varsity Blue loses 3-2. Varsity Gold wins 1-0. That's going to do it for Mike and I here from Alumni Memorial Fieldhouse. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your week, and we'll be back on the 25th. That'll be our next broadcast here from Lake Forest. So until then, the Scouts